come together as both a participant and a witness of something that emerges.
Actually, what we need is here, a kind of yearning, a longing for a world that is thriving, in which everybody can flourish.
Town Anywhere is a large-scale participatory visioning process that can bring a group of people together to vision and actually enact a positive, thriving future for that place and the wider planet and environment. It's like a barn raising of the future.
A step into a space in time, and once we have explored imaginatively in the present a whole range of possibilities, in our mind's eye, those possibilities become nearer. It's a rehearsal of what is possible.
Today, we've been in Hull and we went from 2023 into 2040. We physically step in and the whole of the rest of the day takes place in 2040.
Imagining what a town could be if designed by a very large group of people. We had about 230 people to guide through the day in stages that allow people to imagine a town in 2040. What is the town that people yearn to build with the skills and capabilities that they have?
So the first stage is to invite people just to wander around the space, to imagine that this is their home. And then we ask people to go and have a chat with their neighbour and to tell each other a personal memory or story on a series of themes: celebration, trees, home, change, strangers. And they listen to each other. And then they write on a blackboard what they've heard a story about. And then we ask groups of neighbours to imagine, how could a street really support people to flourish? What ideas could there be for how you could look after everybody in your street and the habitats that surround you? And then the next thing is to go to town, in effect, to say, we've got these local building blocks of a town, and now how can everybody contribute to making the whole town? So in effect, we give a design brief. We have around the room a whole series of blackboards on which have themes that make up the town: green, blue, grey spaces, governance, economy, food, celebration, creativity, design. But in this case, we're saying, go around and leave a message or an idea for what you would like to see in this town. And then the next stage is that we ask people to look and really think, what's drawing me here? When people really bring their longing onto the space. And so we ask people to go and find a role for themselves in creating and fulfilling the needs and the messages that the rest of my fellow citizens have said they'd like to see here. And then they work together to say, okay, what project could we make? How could we create a venture? And that's when we say, okay, now you need to make it. So it comes out of our heads and it comes into our hands. And often it's in the hands that people can really start creating. In effect, we start being the town, enacting the town and making the town. And that's where the whole thing lifts. And people start to make their ventures. We also ask them to fill in a charter. And this is a way of really getting people to think, how is the enterprise that you're creating serving the town? And then they also go to a map and they decide where in the town they want to be. And then we have an official town opening, and we had a huge cake today. And we usually find the resources of somebody in the town to have that moment of celebration, which is so important today. And then we do walkabout. We say Town Anywhere walkabout, where different people go and visit each other's ventures. And this is where somebody can start saying, we could provide this for you. And really, that's one of the real powerful moments when we see a whole town system working together, when we can really see that interconnection, where everyone's working in the same direction for a fair, sustainable and flourishing town. And one of the things that we do is we ask people to write a postcard to their 2023 selves from the future, to send messages back to themselves, to be bold, to be open, to believe that things are possible, that things can change. Then we time travel back and we look into the space and we see that a whole town's being created from people's imagination.
There was a lot of emotion, actually. The whole journey of traveling into the future and then back again and then playing whilst in the future was brilliant.
I found it really interesting, the different themes, energy and transport and creativity and green spaces all together.
So I'm just so impressed how many people care about living as a community and being closer to other human beings.
This isn't just about today. This is about what happens next.
We can be creative and we can discover together, but we should also start linking actions together as well.
This needs to be the beginning of something that's much bigger.
When do we get the opportunity in our everyday lives to, in essence, play with over 200 people about designing and imagining and building a town which we momentarily inhabit?
We're not creating a fantasy. We're saying if we work together, if we bring all the resources and the energy that we have, that actually everything is here in all of us.
And hopefully go away with the sense that, well, yeah, why not?
Town Anywhere creates a space where people can come together as both a participant and a witness of something that emerges.
Actually, what we need is here, a kind of yearning, a longing for a world that is thriving, in which everybody can flourish.
Town Anywhere is a large-scale participatory visioning process that can bring a group of people together to vision and actually enact a positive, thriving future for that place and the wider planet and environment. It's like a barn raising of the future.
To step into a space in time, and once we have explored imaginatively in the present a whole range of possibilities, in our mind's eye, those possibilities become nearer. It's a rehearsal of what is possible.
Today, we've been in Hull and we went from 2023 into 2040. We physically step in and the whole of the rest of the day takes place in 2040.
Imagining what a town could be if designed by a very large group of people. We had about 230 people to guide through the day in stages that allow people to imagine a town in 2040. What is the town that people yearn to build with the skills and capabilities that they have?
So the first stage is to invite people just to wander around the space, to imagine that this is their home. And then we ask people to go and have a chat with their neighbour and to tell each other a personal memory or story on a series of themes: celebration, trees, home, change, strangers. And they listen to each other. And then they write on a blackboard what they've heard a story about. And then we ask groups of neighbours to imagine, how could a street really support people to flourish? What ideas could there be for how you could look after everybody in your street and the habitats that surround you? And then the next thing is to go to town, in effect, to say, we've got these local building blocks of a town, and now how can everybody contribute to making the whole town? So in effect, we give a design brief. We have around the room a whole series of blackboards on which have themes that make up the town: green, blue, grey spaces, governance, economy, food, celebration, creativity, design. But in this case, we're saying go around and leave a message or an idea for what you would like to see in this town. And then the next stage is that we ask people to look and really think, what's drawing me here? When people really bring their longing onto the space. And so we ask people to go and find a role for themselves in creating and fulfilling the needs and the messages that the rest of my fellow citizens have said they'd like to see here. And then they work together to say, okay, what project could we make? How could we create a venture? And that's when we say, okay, now you need to make it. So it comes out of our heads and it comes into our hands. And often it's in the hands that people can really start creating. In effect, we start being the town, enacting the town and making the town. And that's where the whole thing lifts. And people start to make their ventures. We also ask them to fill in a charter. And this is a way of really getting people to think, how is the enterprise that you're creating serving the town? And then they also go to a map and they decide where in the town they want to be. And then we have an official town opening. And we had a huge cake today. And we usually find the resources of somebody in the town to have that moment of celebration, which is so important today. And then we do walkabout. We say Town Anywhere Walkabout, where different people go and visit each other's ventures. And this is where somebody can start saying, we could provide this for you. And really, that's one of the real powerful moments when we see a whole town system working together, when we can really see that interconnection, where everyone's working in the same direction for a fair, sustainable and flourishing town. And one of the things that we do is we ask people to write a postcard to their 2023 selves from the future, to send messages back to themselves, to be bold, to be open, to believe that things are possible, that things can change. Then we time travel back and we look into the space and we see that a whole town's been created from people's imagination.
There was a lot of emotion, actually. The whole journey of traveling into the future and then back again and then playing whilst in the future was brilliant.
I found it really interesting, the different themes, energy and transport and creativity and green spaces all together.
So I'm just so impressed how many people care about living as a community and being closer to other human beings.
This isn't just about today. This is about what happens next.
We can be creative and we can discover together, but we should also start linking actions together as well.
This needs to be the beginning of something that's much bigger.
When do we get the opportunity in our everyday lives to, in essence, play with over 200 people about designing and imagining and building a town which we momentarily inhabit?
We're not creating a fantasy. We're saying if we work together, if we bring all the resources and the energy that we have, that actually everything is here in all of us.
And hopefully go away with the sense that, well, yeah, why not?
Town Anywhere creates a space where people can come together as both a participant and a witness of something that emerges.
Actually, what we need is here, a kind of yearning, a longing for a world that is thriving, in which everybody can flourish.
Town Anywhere is a large-scale participatory visioning process that can bring a group of people together to vision and actually enact a positive, thriving future for that place and the wider planet and environment. It's like a barn raising of the future.
To step into a space in time, and once we have explored imaginatively in the present a whole range of possibilities, in our mind's eye, those possibilities become nearer. It's a rehearsal of what is possible.
Today, we've been in Hull and we went from 2023 into 2040. We physically step in and the whole of the rest of the day takes place in 2040.
Imagining what a town could be if designed by a very large group of people. We had about 230 people to guide through the day in stages that allow people to imagine a town in 2040. What is the town that people yearn to build with the skills and capabilities that they have?
So the first stage is to invite people just to wander around the space, to imagine that this is their home. And then we ask people to go and have a chat with their neighbour and to tell each other a personal memory or story on a series of themes: celebration, trees, home, change, strangers. And they listen to each other. And then they write on a blackboard what they've heard a story about. And then we ask groups of neighbours to imagine, how could a street really support people to flourish? What ideas could there be for how you could look after everybody in your street and the habitats that surround you? And then the next thing is to go to town, in effect, to say, we've got these local building blocks of a town, and now how can everybody contribute to making the whole town? So in effect, we give a design brief. We have around the room a whole series of blackboards on which have themes that make up the town: green, blue, grey spaces, governance, economy, food, celebration, creativity, design. But in this case, we're saying go around and leave a message or an idea for what you would like to see in this town. And then the next stage is that we ask people to look and really think, what's drawing me here? When people really bring their longing onto the space. And so we ask people to go and find a role for themselves in creating and fulfilling the needs and the messages that the rest of my fellow citizens have said they'd like to see here. And then they work together to say, okay, what project could we make? How could we create a venture? And that's when we say, okay, now you need to make it. So it comes out of our heads and it comes into our hands. And often it's in the hands that people can really start creating. In effect, we start being the town, enacting the town and making the town. And that's where the whole thing.
So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. We're going to be starting in about 4 or 5 minutes. So if you'd like to come and take a seat, that would be brilliant. And then for those of you online, make yourself comfortable.
This guy. Nice, I like it. Do you want me to just start speaking? Hello, everybody. I think we're ready to start. We've got the fairy lights on now, so we're ready to start. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Vice Chair of Engage. My name's Angharad Palin. I'd like to welcome everyone online and everyone at this amazing space, the Market Hall in Plymouth, to our Engage gathering, Groundswell. As you know, Groundswell focuses on the power of community arts. And we've been finding out about Plymouth's community arts this morning in the Fringe event. And we'll be hearing from colleagues from Devon and the Southwest over the next day and a half. It's really lovely to have contributors and delegates both in person and online from across the UK and beyond. Engage is very privileged to receive support from Arts Council England, from Creative Scotland, from the Arts Council Wales, and from lots of other trusts and foundations which make this work possible. As you may know, we were established 35 years ago as a network to share visual engagement, arts and education practice. I really hope that over the next few sessions, you're stimulated by what you hear and take the opportunity to connect with colleagues and to build partnerships over the next couple of days. I'm now going to hand you over to someone that I also need to thank, Jane, who is the director of Engage. And actually, I just need to take this opportunity as well to say a big thank you to Hannah for organising this event for us, and also to everyone else in our amazing Engage team. We're very lucky to have so many talented staff on Engage. So over to Jane.
Thank you, Angharad. And it's really brilliant to welcome colleagues online and in person in this absolutely amazing venue that we're going to be hearing more about in a moment. We're really delighted to be in Plymouth this year for our gathering, not least because we've been working with the extraordinary Take Apart and with partners from across Devon, exploring the power of arts engagement for children and young people over the last year. And some of you will have gained a taste of what Plymouth has got to offer from the events which have been taking place as part of Groundswell since yesterday evening. Lots of us were at Cast Artist Studios last night, which was really exciting. And this morning, many of you visited the beautiful box and went to the Arts University Plymouth. So I hope you had fabulous, fabulous mornings. I know for lots of you who are here in person, you enjoyed your bus trip. So it's been a real honour generating ideas for Groundswells with colleagues from across the Southwest, but particularly our Engaged Southwest reps and the wonderful Gathering Advisory Group. So thank you so much for all your support. It really does feel like a piece of co-curated activity. So thank you for your generosity. As Angharad has also said, I'm really indebted to the Engage team, but particularly the wonderful Hannah Gaunt, our creative producer, who's really shaped this programme. And with some input from me, but Hannah has really driven the creative content of this programme. So thank you so much, Hannah. And also to the fabulous Scarlett Mahay, who many of you have met, who has been coordinating this event peerlessly. We'd really love to thank all our hosts, colleagues here in this beautiful venue, but also those organisations who've hosted the Fringe events, to all our contributors, to the wonderful volunteers, and to the Engage team who are here, but also the brilliant Engage team who are helping out online and supporting the equally important online conference that we're really happy to be hosting alongside this for the first time. So I'm now going to run through some housekeeping. This will take a little time, so please be patient. I'd just like to remind you that the event is being recorded. So if you could please, if you're here in person, if you could please keep your phones on silent. If you need to take calls, could you just go out to the cafe, please? Just to remind you that there's a comfort break at 2:30, and then we're going to be going into breakout sessions at 2:45. That's for all of us, in person and online. If you're here with us in person, it's a very relaxed event. Please do move around when you need to. There are drinks, hot drinks and water. You'll have found those just behind me. So please do move around, get yourself drinks. But if you could keep your glasses and cups, that would be absolutely stellar. There is a chill out room upstairs if you'd like to take a break. Toilets, I think you probably found those just over in that direction, and then towards the cafe and upstairs. The breakout spaces that you'll be going to later on in the afternoon, there's signage, but you can access those which are upstairs by the staircases, or there's also a lift. Emergency exit is that direction, and if there's an incident, please follow the venue staff. If you need to get any support in terms of first aid from, please speak to a member of staff or a volunteer. So you'll probably work this out already, but engaged staff are wearing like blue lanyards, and volunteers have got red lanyards on. So just for those colleagues who are joining us online, if you could stay on mute, please, outside of the breakout sessions. Do turn off your cameras if you'd like to. During the Q&A sessions, if you could use the chat function, please, to ask questions, and a team member will be monitoring that. If you need any help, please message Sarah McNally from the Engage team, or you can email info@engage.org. And the breakout sessions will be taking place on Zoom. So just follow the links which are in your delegate packs. Some of you joined our fringe session this morning about the Max Literacy session in that way. So that is the end of the housekeeping, and it's a great pleasure now to introduce Lindsey Hall, who's the CEO of the Real Ideas Organisation. And Lindsey, I think, is going to talk about this beautiful building and some of the amazing work that Rio do in terms of engaging with communities and connecting with Plymouth.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, and I'm so delighted to see you all here, and you've brought the sunshine again, so come again. So yeah, I'm Lindsey, I'm Chief Exec of Real Ideas, and we are really lucky to be the current guardians of this amazing space. So maybe a little bit, I'll start with the space and then sort of, you know, where we go with that. So this building was built in 1852 as a market. So literally a fruit and veg market. And as you can tell by the grandeur of the structure, it was built at a time when Devonport was really prosperous. So, you know, this was an amazing port town. And what you would have seen if you'd have walked out of these doors, you'd have, you know, been into a whole set of streets which had really grand buildings in them. And, you know, as time moved on and we got to the 20th century, you know, we had Marks and Spencer's, Woolworth, you know, all of those sort of places. So our and also, this is only half of what the original market was. So until the Second World War, there was another market hall of about this size on the other side of the clock tower. So it's sort of, I suppose for us, one of the things that's been really interesting in working in Devonport is about working in a community which has seen extraordinary change across its history. So we are actually in the year that is the 200th anniversary of the founding of Devonport. So it all started in 1824 when the founding fathers, I'm afraid they were all founding fathers, decided that they wanted to be their own town and they weren't happy to be Plymouth Dock anymore. And so what they did was to, I think they raised taxation, built the Devonport Guildhall, which is another building that we own, control, lease, guardian of, I don't know, and have done for a while, and the column, which sticks up out there. And that was all about how do we assert, you know, who we are and you know, where we're going. And And essentially, the history of Devonport probably mirrors lots of the histories of communities that we work in, because to begin with, it was this sort of great energy and excitement. There's a lot of innovation because the dockyard is literally 2 minutes over there. They built ships, they developed things, all sorts of things were invented. And that really carried on in one form or another until 1939. On the way, they sort of in 1914, they joined with Stonehouse and Plymouth to make the current city of Plymouth. So again, the city of Plymouth is actually quite new, you know, certainly until recent years, it was within living memory that actually the whole city was founded. And then of course we get to 1939 and what then happened to Devonport, and just before I say that, we have had people come in, elderly members of the community, who tell us about walking around this space when they were children with their, you know, mums, grandmas, uncles, whoever, buying fruit and veg. And also a story, which I don't know it's true, but was about apparently there were pigeon lofts up there. And so this lady, she was a lovely lady, you know, told me all about how her mum would send her up the stairs with a bottle of beer to give her uncle who was busy dealing with the pigeons. So there was that sort of sense of it being totally part of the community. She also said, at that point, there were 4 cinemas and 2 theatres in Devonport. We never went to Plymouth. Why would we? It was all here. So sort of imagine a community that had existed and flourished in that sort of way. Then the war came and the bombing. And anyone who knows the history of Plymouth will know that Plymouth experienced a really bad blitz. 70% of the buildings in Devonport were destroyed during the Second World War. And so the sort of, you know, immediate desolation. The second hall, so obviously not this one, but the one that was the other side of the clock tower, went because a bomb dropped on it. And so by the time the sort of you know, Devonport itself emerged from the Second World War, it was literally piles of rubble. And there are amazing photographs of that with, you know, this building and the clock tower sort of rising above it. And so then it became, how does a community begin to sort of, you know, think about that? What then happened was in the mid-50s was that the Ministry of Defence, you know, height of the Cold War, decided that what they needed to do was expand the size of the dockyard. So this building and all the houses out there all became part of the Ministry of Defence naval dockyard. And because, of course, the obvious thing to do if you want to keep your secrets in is to build a very large wall around them, they built an enormous wall. So the little bit of wall that you can see we've got left out the back of the building, if you imagine that going all the way up to the main road, all the way along the main road, all the way down. And so what that did was to just totally split the community of Devonport in half. And so where we got to was a sort of scenario where suddenly, you know, bottom 10% of indices of multiple deprivation, people really struggling. So that's sort of where we came along. And I suppose in a way, it was slightly accidental. As an organisation, we've always been really interested in how can you work with individuals and organisations to make change happen, to respond to their ideas, but actually put it into practice. And I suppose our twin track has always ended up being about the people, but also about the environments that they occupy and they live in. Because unless you sort of do both in parallel, it's quite hard to actually create change in a community. What you tend to do if you're not careful is mean that a whole bunch of people leave a community behind, or possibly too much gentrification. So what we've always strived to do, I'm very conscious of time, so this is a totally potted history, is to try and find a way of keeping that balance and keeping that inclusion. So when it came to being asked to sort out this building, and when we first took it on, it was full of pigeons and it was very damp and, you know, all the rest of it, was to try and say, how can we bring together the extraordinary power of new immersive creative technologies and the children who are growing up in this area? Because Plymouth has long had an expertise in the universities around immersive creative technology. You know, Mike Phillips and the professor at Plymouth University is famous around the world for all the stuff that's gone on, not known about by anybody outside the university until relatively recently. So the whole idea was, can we do something which enables some of that to become visible, creates those routeways, creates those connections, and means that children who are growing up here actually start to think that these industries, these opportunities could be for them. Because at the moment, that is not happening very much. So that has then guided a lot of the practice that we've tried to institute in terms of this space and what we do in terms of immersive technology. So I think Jane was alluding to a festival that we've just finished, which is called Extraordinary Festival. And that was all about the first, we think it was the first, festival of immersive technology for social and environmental purpose. Slightly extraordinary to us that it was the first, but we've scoured lots of internet. We can't find any recording of that. And so that's about saying, how can collectively people begin to come together and take some of that work? And I suppose the key example for us is work we've been doing, which is co-producing with children with complex additional needs, dome content. Sounds a bit bonkers, totally high tech, totally sort of extraordinary. But actually, you know, what happened was we had special schools coming into the dome. We started off saying, well, pick the content you want. Then we then said, well, if you could design the content you wanted, what would it look like? And so that ended up being a co-production process, which led to a series of pieces of content, which are now used incredibly regularly by children with very complex needs. The example, it sounds totally bonkers, but is fabulous, is one child said to us, what I'd really like to see is fruit on the dome. And we were like, well, okay, why? You know, it was to do with recognizable objects, understanding the relationship between what you see, how you understand it, and then your experience of the environment. So what we now have is a piece of content. It's called the Fruit Bowl, and in roll a whole load of lemons, and they roll around you. It's actually incredibly therapeutic. We have people just come in because they want a bit of mindfulness. And then eventually you end up inside a lemon, and anyway, we go through 5 fruits. By the time we get to the last one, they're cheering. But what then happens is that is now happening is that the schools or groups of parents who come in are bringing a lemon with them. And children are in there and they're understanding the relationship. And these are children who are non-verbal, have profound disabilities, are understanding that relationship between something that they can experience and something they can experience through taste and smell and all those other things. So, and that has been incredibly moving for us, because we have people say that at these moments, those children have connected, responded, paid attention for periods of time that they've never done it before. I know that all the work that you do does the same thing. So I guess I'm just, you know, delighted that you're all here, delighted that we're sort of able to have some of these conversations. I hope you're going to see things in the dome. Great. If you want to, ask for the fruit bowl. I'd thoroughly recommend it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsey. It was wonderful hearing about some of the history of this extraordinary place. And I can really recommend the Dome. It's very, very gentle and mindful, a really wonderful experience. So we have a real treat in store, I think. I'd like to welcome to the stage David Jubb and Sadedine Saeed, who are co-directors and citizens of power. And you're going to be presenting, but also encouraging us to go through some discussion and work together, both together in the room and online. So I hand the stage to you.
Great. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone is feeling awake after lunch and a long day. But first, I just wanted to say thank you for this great presentation to Lindsey. This is my first time in Plymouth. I'm absolutely gutted that I've only have 2 hours. Definitely not the last time. So you've really opened our appetite for this place. I wanted also to just say how grateful we are to be here. We know that, you know, when you come to a conference, to a big workshop, to a project, and you see all of these great people here, it feels like it's all happening very quickly. But we know it's been months of preparation, and I know everyone is coming from very far. So first, thank you to Hannah and to all the team. We're very grateful for that, and we're very pleased to be here. That's the same when we talk about transformation and when we talk about big ambitions. You know, when we received the title from local to global, that really chimed with what we want to do. That really chimed also with one of our ambitions, to put citizens in power. And when we talk about these visions and big ambitions, we wanted to start just with the time that it takes and just really dig that very deep in our mind to get that frustration out. And for us, it started way before we ever met. And this is why today we wanted to start from the beginning. But before this, just a very quick big picture. This talk is going to have 3 parts in it. One where we'll be talking and offering some perspective and some tools. One where we will end up with a provocation and hopefully inspire a wider conversation. And then a third one where we're going to have a conversation with you. We're hoping that this will be a good inspiration to bring more conversations and provocations as you go through the conversation. My name is Saadetdin Saeed. I am 42 years old. I am 1.80 meters tall, brown. I've just shaved my beard and have a bit of curly hair. My interest to the subject that we are bringing today started. Oh, that's me. Back 42 years ago. I was born in Morocco, where I spent most of my life, and I've moved to the UK in 2015, so a little bit less than 10 years ago. And when we were putting this, I have to say, I was a bit cute. I was a bit cute when I was a child. I don't know where it's all gone, but here we are. I came from a working class upbringing with a state-funded education. I guess Morocco and the UK have a lot in common in terms of the opportunities to access free education, but with all the challenges that comes with it. So from a very young age, there was always this bubbling questions about opportunities, who gets to take decisions, and why is this happening? And it took very many years for this thinking to mature. I was brought up in a Muslim family, in a Muslim country, but also in a Muslim culture that I'm now carrying. And it's allowing me to have many intercultural dialogue, many interfaith dialogue, but also just looking at the challenges that comes with. And then finally, and looking at this, this is the moment where my encounter with art started. As many who are educated or who are coming from working class, there are always that push to become the engineer, to become the lawyer, to become the doctor. And that's what I was doing. My education is becoming an engineer in urban environments. But at a very early age, someone in my neighborhood brought in a guitar, and that was the only guitar we had. And we've shared it for many years. And many in this picture have ended up becoming professional musicians. But through all of those years, again, that question was growing in my mind. We needed to do something about just making opportunity and making citizen voices more apparent on the table.
Hello, my name's David, and I work with Saad at Citizens in Power. And I'm just going to provide a little bit of introduction to myself, perhaps in slight contrast to Saad. So I think I was also quite cute.
You can open the door.
Okay. I was just born fractionally earlier than Saad in about 1969, and I've lived all my life in the UK. In contrast, I had a private education, so I grew up in a middle-class family in the UK, and you can see just how miserable it was making me in that photograph. I found that as a torn-up photo in a bin and rescued it. So it wasn't a very happy experience having a private education in an all-boys school. Then I was brought up in a Christian family, and I now have absolutely no faith whatsoever. And I did lots of different jobs. Because I came from a middle-class upbringing, I think I had a security in terms of what I did for the first 5 or 10 years of my professional life. So I was a milkman, I was a barman, I was a teacher, I was a driver. I did lots and lots of different jobs before then becoming a producer when I was about 30. And then became, after that for a while, artistic director and chief executive of a place called Battersea Arts Centre. I did that from about 2004 to 2019.
Great, and that's where both of us have met, and it's true. We wanted to just show this as a contrast of our lives, but there was a clear mission and clear values that brought us together. There was also another very interesting moment. We both met as co-artistic directors in Battersea Art Centre from 2017 to 2019. That was, I guess, a moment where David was looking at legacy, looking at leaving BAC behind him and what that meant to him. For me, I was at the end of the spectrum, at the opposite end of the spectrum. It was the beginning of my journey in terms of leadership in the cultural sector. And as much as all of the oppositions that we had very clear, maybe perspective, maybe frustration, and maybe questions around the cultural sector. There was incumbent power, lack of inclusivity, lack of equity, and structural barriers. And all of those, as much as they were frustrating, as much as it didn't feel fair, but they were also really stopping this industry to really meet its potential. Looking back, this is something that speaks volume. Analysis in 2022 of Office of National Statistics data found that 16.4% of creative workers born in the 50s and early 60s had a working class background. And that had fallen by over half for those born 4 decades later. So that's a really, really big question for us. And then finally, the same study found that people who grew up in professional families were 4 times more likely than those who are working with working class parents to be part of this cultural industry. So there was a key question about engagement, and we needed to understand where were we failing in engagement, where were the ways to engage with this industry, and it felt that it was great value to really dig deep into that question.
So we started having lots of conversations back in 2017, 18, 19 about the cultural sector and about why these barriers and all the amazing, you think about the incredible participation work. I heard some of it just now, you know, just so many projects which fill your heart with joy in terms of what they're doing and what they're trying to achieve and the intention behind it. But yet those figures are still true. Things have got worse. Things, I would argue, are still getting worse. And so I suppose that's what led us to start thinking, okay, well, how do we analyze this? And one thing that helped us was this idea of an agency spectrum, which looks a little bit like this. And just thinking about, I guess, the different levels of engagement and the different levels of involvement that people have within kind of engagement work. And so it's probably worth saying as well, the idea of agency within the cultural sector came for us from an artist called Marcus Faustini, who created something called Agência in Brazil, or the agency, which came over to the UK from Battersea Art Centre in Southwest London and Contact in Manchester. And the idea of that project was to give young people agency, to give them opportunities for leadership, to give them opportunities to create and set up businesses. And it was an incredibly inspiring project that was happening across favelas in Rio de Janeiro. And so that for us, I guess, was our introduction to this idea of agency, this idea of what it takes to feel like you have power. If you have no agency in a situation, you probably feel like you have no ability to change or make an impact or do anything about that situation. If you have a lot of agency, you will probably feel quite empowered. You will probably feel quite even entitled to be able to get on and do something about it. And so this agency spectrum is just trying to capture, I guess, different ways of that we work in the cultural sector. And these are as follows. My glasses are not great, so I'm going to see if I can, you can probably read that yourselves. The idea of consumption is at the lower end of the agency spectrum, if you like, and it's about the kind of passive utilization of things. So it's about the consumption of things, and it's actually a lot of the work that we do in the cultural sector operates in that way. Then, obviously, as we've talked about, there is participation, which involves engaging individuals or groups or in activities or decision-making to varying degrees. Characteristics include active involvement, varied influence, and some control over resources. Participation is something we all know very, very well, and there are so many incredible participation programs. We, I suppose, have felt that in the last maybe 10 years, there's been more talk of co-creation and co-production. And sometimes that has been a bit blurred with participation. And what is participation? What is co-creation? And perhaps what are the differences? So we describe co-creation as it implies an equal share of power, and equal being really important, between the initiators and participants, with 50-50 shared decision-making and ownership, which usually requires a rebalancing of the initial power dynamic. Now, what I mean by that is that often as cultural actors, cultural activists, as cultural organizations, usually we will start and initiate a project, which in itself is power, which in itself is agency. And so when then setting the rules of that project, that's what we're referring to by a rebalancing. You have to go further in handing the power over to actually achieve that 50-50 split. And then finally, around citizen-led decision-making, which is what we're really here to talk to you about today, which is about empowering individuals or groups to lead decision-making, prioritizing inclusivity, deliberation, and democratic principles in the way that decisions are made. And I won't pause on that because we're going to talk quite a bit more about that. Just to give you some very brief examples of these, just to unpack them. So in terms of consumption, obviously that is not referring to tuberculosis, it's referring to the idea of kind of consuming. So in terms of that, the example we've given is a museum launches a new exhibition on contemporary art by a specific artist. The public is invited to view the exhibit during museum hours. Visitors engage with the exhibition by observing artworks, reading placards, perhaps interacting with exhibits, perhaps attending a guided tour or experience. There's no direct involvement from visitors in curating or creating the exhibit. Their role is to attend and engage with the exhibition. So we all know that. That's a model that is very, very strongly used across the art sector. In terms of participation, a gallery team makes the decision to dedicate one of its spaces for families and young people. The organization makes a plan to create a mural to reflect diverse identities and stories of young people who live in the local area who attend the gallery, or perhaps who don't attend the gallery, to ensure that the mural authentically represents their views and experiences. And the organization delivers a series of workshops, participation workshops, and these are facilitated by professional muralists and are designed to involve people actively throughout the entire process. I know I'm probably teaching mothers, sort of grandmothers to suck eggs here, but I think it's quite useful just to break these down slowly, because I think often we whiz over this language without actually sort of unpacking what we mean by it. And for me, I would really draw your attention between the differences between the participation and this one, co-creation. So I've given the example of the agency here that I mentioned earlier. An arts organization decides to run the agency program for young people. It asks young people in the local area if they have an idea that they would like to develop for a project, a social enterprise, or creative business. The arts organization offers its support, its resources, its networks, its fundings for the young person to use when developing their idea. Now, here comes the idea of the rebalancing. The power dynamic is rebalanced because while the arts organization has made the original invitation and it's framed the overall process, which in itself is an enormous expression of power and control, actually the young person in the agency chooses their idea, chooses their team, and owns everything about the idea that they develop. And that, from a cultural organization, was for us quite a shift, in that usually within participation programs, ultimately the organization still kind of owns actually that work and the frame and the language and the expression and the marketing, and all of that stuff is done by the organization. So then finally, in terms of an example around citizen-led decision-making, a museum decides to define its future activity programs and exhibitions by regularly convening a citizens' assembly that is brought together for this purpose. The assembly is comprised of randomly selected local residents to ensure a fair and diverse representation. They meet for 2 or 3 days, twice per year, to deliberate on potential cultural projects with input from experts with professional backgrounds and those with lived experience. Their programming decisions are binding and are implemented by the museum and its team with ongoing oversight by the members. So hopefully these examples just give you a little bit of a sense of what we meant by those slightly more kind of technical expressions. I suppose one thing we would say that's important in this is that we don't, in our work, place any value judgment on any of these being better or worse than the other. They're all just different tools to use in different contexts. Saab will talk about why we're using citizen-led decision-making. It's not the right tool in every context. Sometimes I think there's been almost like an inflation, like you go from participation, that's not good enough, let's go to co-creation. Actually, we don't believe that. We believe that different tools are right in different circumstances.
Great, and I'm just gonna go through these examples in another way that maybe is just something that we have and we live through all the time. It's like consumption is inviting someone for dinner, and the answer is either yes or no. Participation is inviting them to cook a curry with you. And that's an invitation where they have participation, but it's framed by you. Co-creation is inviting them and let's go to the market. I have £100 and let's buy whatever you want, but we will still cook. And then citizen leadership, which again is where we think is a very useful tool to push forward the transformation that we want to complement where we are together, is to call someone and say, we have £100. What do you want to do with it? And that's where real ownership. And the key question for it is, as a sector, we talk about value that we have for people. And that's a really important question. It's a really important question when there is prosperity, when there is funding, when there are stakeholders, and where there is appetite. It becomes a vital question when we're going through a crisis and where we will have to prioritize. So that ownership and that citizen leadership, we feel are not just a value-based tool, but it's one that will really support and be embedded in the cultural sector as we go through the next decade, as we go through storms of challenges to really empower this industry. And I'm gonna go, we've created all of this, led to the creation of Citizen in Power in May 2023. So we're just a year old. We're a very young organization. And we set 3 ambitions that are very simple. One is work with national networks who are really interested in this territory of work. The second one is make sure that we, articulate those tools and give free resources. We really want to make that conversation become mainstream. And the third one is because we are spending a lot of time thinking about it and doing some research, is just really share with the industry our thinking and our philosophy around this. When we've started, we've engaged with different programs and projects that are working at different levels nationally. The first one looks at a scope of programming, and it's in West Cumbria. It's a CPP called Everyone Here. If you don't know CPPs, Creative People and Places, are set and supported by Art Council. We feel that in the way they are founded, it already gives them that kind of mandate to bring citizen and community voice. And the work that we're doing is how can we really push that forward? So with West Cumbria, we're really looking at bringing in a citizen jury to shape their program as we go forward. And that's crucial, especially when you want to implement something in a place that doesn't have historic engagement with the art. The second one is an example of New Art Exchange, where I'm working also as a CEO and artistic director, but really looking in terms of, well, where does citizen leadership sit when we talk about governance, when we talk about really changing foundations to create a new set of organizations that are founded from day one to support the conditions for that diversity of voice, to support the conditions to really bring in value for citizens from day one. And that value we know comes from that sense of leadership, from ownership, sorry. And then the final one is looking at West of England, again, with many key stakeholders, and looking at how we can bring in citizens to really reshape the cultural strategy. And so for all of this, there's been a lot of learning, but there's been also a lot of questions. Even if we've built a lot of expertise in this domain, there are key questions which led us to understand that there is a need for a space where we can learn, where we can articulate, and where we can share. So all of this have led us to do a citizen-led decision-making call-out. We wanted to hear from the country. We wanted to hear from organizations if first there was this kind of interest, and secondly, if there is a milestone, a momentum to push this forward. And we were very pleased that there were first a great response to it. So we felt, okay, really after COVID and after everything that we've gone through, there is this real understanding that we need to push and we need to embed values by sharing that ownership. The second thing is that there was an interest in terms of doing that as in a permanent way. And we know how much we gained during COVID that we quickly lost after we went out of that crisis. So there is also an interest and a question around how we make this kind of permanent. And then the final one is for our conversations with key stakeholders and funders, we are finding a real key appetite. And when you bring this all together, it feels at least to us that there is this great milestone that may be able, we might fail, but if we succeed, might be able to push forward this strategy this thinking as we go through the next decade. So these conversations, which generally were two ways with many of the organizations that we're working with now, have led to 3 sets. We have now, which we didn't announce yet, but we will very soon. But we have a core members who are gonna do an action learning set where we are hoping to work with them through the next couple of years to really kind of articulate, share this learning and so on. The second set is a national set of associates. We're already building now, and we're hoping to just open up as we go forward. And that's just really creating that real network of people who are really interested about this challenge and how we can push it forward. And then finally, a set of experts. So while all of this is bubbling, and while all of this is now in an embryonic way, there is a key tool that we're really interested in dissecting, and those are citizen assemblies. And there are key questions. In terms of citizen assemblies, how can we bring citizen assemblies that are affordable? How can we bring citizen assemblies that can sit within our culture as a sector, that can support our transformation, that can challenge us, but not break us? And then finally, how can we do that in a permanent way? How can we really embed that systemic change?
So in a minute, we're going to ask you guys to have a think about a citizen-led decision-making model or an approach that you could see that might apply in your context, and to discuss that. And maybe the answer is that you can't see it, but we would love you to discuss that. So that's where we're going. But before we go there, we thought we'd just give a bit of a description and drill into what a citizens' assembly is, because I think there's a general understanding of citizens' assemblies that somehow they're about people coming together, making sort of democratic decisions, but actually it is the detail of how they come together. And you all know as engagement practitioners that actually the way that you do things is actually the most important part of this. So we thought it would be just worth just spending a little bit of time, only 5 minutes, just looking at the steps of a citizens' assembly. So apologies to anyone who knows this already, but hopefully this will be useful for some people. Just wanted to also say about what Sad's been saying about those 3 examples we gave in West Cumbria, at Nottingham, and in the west of England. From this engaged conference point of view, what's quite interesting about that is all of those initiatives are led by grassroots cultural organisations. So none of that is imposed from a local authority, none of that is imposed from a funder, none of that is imposed from a hierarchical structure. It's actually started, for example, in the west of England, it started with St. Paul's Carnival and Trinity Community Arts, 2 very community-based arts organisations that extremely feel and share our frustration in the fact that so many of the structural decisions around planning and resource distribution are top-down. And so they thought, how could this happen from the bottom up? So I think that's interesting in terms of the theme of this conference, about how actually it's that practice that's hyper-local, that's led by cultural organisations, and how that can make a big change. So I think all the work we're doing, it's interesting that most of the members of our network also, that description applies. So just briefly, to give you a sense of a citizens' assembly, we'll just take you through the main phases. So all citizens' assemblies crucially start with a question that needs answering either by an organisation or by a government. The process is designed around that question in order that it's fair and inclusive as a process. There is a democratic lottery. I'm going to pause on 2 of these phases in a minute, so I'm rushing through this, but don't worry, I'm going to slow down on some of the more interesting bits of it. The democratic lottery, which actually ensures that people are invited and everybody in an area has a fair and equal chance of taking part. Then they are independently facilitated. So it's not the person asking the question who then facilitates it, who might steer the answers towards what they're interested in. Crucially, it's independently facilitated as an exercise. Then you have 3 core stages in the assembly, what's called a learning stage, a deliberation stage, and a decision-making stage. A learning stage where citizens are given the opportunity to become experts on that topic, provided expertise by people with professional backgrounds, but also meeting people with lived experience in the area. Then there is the deliberation stage, always the biggest stage of a citizens' assembly. It's about 30 or 40% of the assembly, where citizens are talking to each other about what they've heard, what they've learned, their different perspectives. And there is that phase of, different ideas coming together, grown zone, as it's called, for some of you who know that Keynote model, where people are struggling to find common ground, and then where people start to converge around ideas. And then the decision-making stage, where consensus decisions are made. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And then follow-up, crucial. Citizens' assemblies, if you basically just do them and there's a report and it sits on the shelf, don't do them. There's no point, just with anything else. Actually, what the follow-up is and how citizens have oversight of the implementation of the recommendations of assembly is really important. So just to zoom into three of those areas. The first one is just on mandate. With a citizens' assembly, it's really important. By the way, citizens' assemblies are 40 people and up, and citizens' juries are about 30 people and down, just in case you hear the term citizens' jury or citizens' assembly. They're basically interchangeable, but with a smaller group for a jury and a larger group for an assembly. An assembly is where you can start to claim that the group is more representative. With a jury, you don't have that number of people. Even an assembly, you still can't say it's representative because it's impossible to create a representative group, but you can start to try to seek to create a descriptively representative group. So on the question, there has to be a real decision with real consequences. There has to be an agreed mandate to make that decision. There has to be an agreed mandate to deliver that decision. So unless these mandates are in place, then you're potentially just asking people for their ideas and views on something without actually the power to carry it through. The reason why our organization is called Citizens in Power is because we only work on projects where these things are true. And if they're not true, we won't work on the project, because otherwise you're just chatting to people, which is great. That's great. But actually, we're interested in the structural and the systemic change, as we said. So a way of making the decision being delivered is key. Clarity on negotiables and non-negotiables. So what do people have power over and what do people not have power over? That's really important in a citizens' assembly, that you establish that with the group of people that you're working with, because people don't want to sit around a table and talk about stuff that they don't have agency over. So tell people this is where you have power, this is where you don't have power. It doesn't stop you having a conversation a bit that you don't have power over, but there's clarity about the promise that you will deliver what people are asking. And then citizen oversight of the delivery, as we talked about. So the mandate is a really, really key area. Secondly, is sortition. So this is the democratic lottery part. Lots of people are really interested in this bit because it's like, how on earth can you create fairness in a selection process? The honest answer is you can't, but you can strive. You can work really hard towards it. So the ways in which you can do that are you're looking to create an ideal composition of a group. So if you're working in a particular area like West Cumbria, for example, like we are, we've looked at the demographics of West Cumbria. We've looked at people who, and for us citizens, it's worth saying, are people who work, live, or stay in an area. So we're not talking about the kind of state definition of a citizen. Our interest in citizens is the old definition of citizens, which is inhabitants. So for us, that's people who work, live, or stay in an area. So what is the composition of that group in an area? You pay citizens for their participation, crucial point. So people are paid for their involvement. You build public awareness before you send out the invitation. So this is not just something that hits on doormats and people have no idea what it is. In an ideal world, you really try to do lots of grassroots work, working with organizations so that you build that knowledge of this invitation. The first democratic lottery might be sending out something like 15,000 invitations to households selected at random. So you're sending out a letter. It's a bit like the letter that you get for a jury service, except for this, you're actually, you say on the front of the letter, this is, would you like this much money for having this much decision-making power? So you're really trying to capture people's attention. You might then get from 15,000, you might then get 500 to 1,000 responses. You know that those responses will be weighted towards more affluent areas, more middle-class areas. So you already, with the 15,000, when you send them out, you heavily weight them towards poorer areas because you know you'll get lower response rates from those areas. But then from the 500 or 1,000 responses you get back, there is then crucially a second democratic lottery where you then seek to achieve your original composition makeup. And that might be obviously around things like gender, but it would also be about socioeconomic status. It might be about ethnic background. It could be about a whole set of criteria that you are trying to achieve for your assembly. And then crucially, something that is not often mentioned is the fact that a huge amount of onboarding and support is needed. Remembering that a lot of people don't have letterboxes, so how are they going to receive the invitation in the first place? So making sure that you're working with organizations, for example, that are working with refugees or asylum seekers, thinking about those that maybe part of the assembly is online. A lot of people don't have broadband, don't have access to equipment, will need training and support for that. A lot of people need language support, a huge amount of access care needs to be put in place. You're putting often a huge amount of access care plans around particular individuals in the assembly. So again, not something to be done done lightly. It's an enormous amount of work to get those things done in a formal assembly. And then final thing I'm just going to break down in detail is, what does deliberation mean? Because again, people go, well, what's the difference between an assembly? We're all used to debate. So on our TV, we watch debate through the House of Commons. It's a conflict-based model. All of our TV coverage, our news coverage is all based on a debate frame where arguments are put forward and people will fight them out. Debate literally comes from the old French, which means to batten down. So it's a conflict-based model. Deliberation is about weighing things up as a whole. It means we have to recognize that we all have different ideas. It's about listening to each other. It's about developing also skills for participants through the process. So things like bias awareness, critical thinking, creativity, and it's about building consensus proposals as a group. So it's a very different model. It's not something where everyone puts their ideas out there straight away. It's where there's a lot of listening to a lot of evidence, and then people start to reflect on their ideas, their thoughts, and their differences, and that is independently facilitated. So it's very different from that conflict-based debating model. We just also wanted to acknowledge that in this work, the investment that's required, it's about paying citizens up front. The lottery process, however you go about doing that, costs money, and the design and the facilitation. But our interest in this is not about citizens' assemblies that like land as a spaceship, happen and then disappear like consultation methods. As Saad said, it's about actually how these become embedded. And when we start to think about how much we spend in our organizations, certainly on governance, how much we spend on programming in terms of our teams, and how much we spend on some of the decision-making processes that we use, think about external consultants, the amount that local authorities spend on external consultants to create a cultural plan that nobody reads. You know, when you start to think about the investment that we are using, what we're not saying is, oh, everyone needs to raise a load more money. It's about actually, should we be doing things differently? Should we be embedding these methods into the mainframe of our organizations and into the ways in which we work together? So we've spoken for plenty of time, so we're going to stop now and shut up and hand over to you. We started late. Do you want us to help you catch up with time? Because we can make this a bit shorter if you would like. Okay, cool. Yeah. We can do a bit of catch up. So we'd love to ask you, I guess, for your response and a chance for you to deliberate at tables, both in this room and also for people to work in groups online. And I believe that Sarah McNally is going to convene that and help the groups come together online. We've got a few questions that we'd love to ask you, and these are they. And we can leave these up on the screen so people can have a look at them during the conversations. So, given the local examples we've shared today of citizen-led decision-making, could you discuss at your tables or in your online rooms, Zoom rooms, proposals for introducing a citizen-led approach to create a systemic or a structural shift in the creative or cultural sector? Now, this could be related to your practice, it could be related to your organization, or it could be related to an area of the cultural sector that drives you insane and that you would like to see a systemic structural shift. I would just remind you of those stats that Saad shared with us earlier about the fact that our sector has got worse, a lot worse in terms of the participation, particularly in terms of working class participation. So where could we make that systemic structural shift? Give you some examples. It could be that you're looking at sector policy. It could be that you're looking at a kind of big, broad area of sector policy or an area of local arts and cultural policy. It could be that you're looking at sector investment, how funds are distributed or how funds are shared or how the decisions about how funds are shared are made. It could be about organizational practice. Your idea and your thinking could be about particular organizational approach, or indeed it could be about artistic practice. It might be about none of those. It might be that you want to invent a completely different conversation. And if you do, then that's fine. Lastly, we would say is that you additionally or alternatively to that, you may, and hopefully in terms of the work we've presented, you may have questions about that work. You want to drill into some of that and go, hang on a minute, you just said this. How on earth does that work? We'd be really happy in the Q&A section to also address those sorts of questions. So in a way, you have two choices as a group. Well, three choices. One is you can go and have a break and do something else. The other two choices are if you want to discuss an example, could you drill in and try and invent something together where you feel like citizen-led decision-making could make a difference to some of the systemic barriers that exist within our sector? And the second one is you may just decide that there are a bunch of questions and things that you want us to respond to when we come back. And then when we come back together as a whole group, we'll hear both from tables in the room and the Zoom rooms online. We probably won't be, certainly within time, we won't be able to hear from everyone. So it may be those that have had a kind of strong guttural response to this. We might come to you, but we also maybe come to the quietest table as well that just wants to say something quiet about what we've been talking about. And we'll also give a space. So it might be a couple of tables in the room and a couple of tables online, I suspect, just in order to give us a reasonable amount of time. And then we can have a conversation. Has anybody got any questions about that task or about that challenge before we kick off? As lively and as active in the room. We just have 10 minutes to just do a little bit of sharing across some of the groups. So it'd be great to hear maybe from a couple of tables in the room, and it would be great to hear from maybe one or two of the groups online. And you might want to share something. Maybe you've got an idea, maybe you've got a solution to everything that you want to share with us, or maybe you've just got some questions that have actually come up in your conversation. All of that and anything else is entirely valid. So we've got some roving mics, so we need to ask you to make sure that if you're speaking into one of those, and that is so that the people online can hear, obviously, everything that's being said. So can I just ask can we come to a table? Is there a table that feels like it had a sort of conversation, that it has something to share? Or else I'm going to have to pick on you. That's great. Can we put the mic over here?
Hello. So we were sharing what we've been doing in our individual organisations, and I think we came to the conclusion that a lot of it was maybe co-curated or participatory, and we hadn't quite got to the citizen empower model. But one of the things we did talk about was potentially looking at the governance of our organisations and whether citizens' juries or citizens' assemblies might help us consider who is on our boards or who our chief execs are, and help us select and really change at that decision-making level who the voices in the room are, and hopefully that would make more of an impact on our sector.
Yeah, great. Well, you know what, we're doing the same thinking at New Art Exchange, and we've just recently launched a new citizen assembly called Voice, and the Voice Assembly is coming as a third pillar of leadership governance, and it's going to two things. It's been put together in with the same tools and approach that we said together earlier in terms of random selection and so on. But it's there permanently to support us shift our strategy, not for all the organization, but for the things that we do in the neighborhood. So if you want to have that conversation more in depth, we'd be very, very happy to do that. Definitely a lot of learning in terms of when you bring something like this permanently, how does that work in terms of kind of overall leadership? How do you have a governance that is split between your board that works in a different way than a citizen assembly? How does that sit within the organization? But one of the things that we find really interesting, and it took us some time to unlock, is how do you then build that expenditure and put a strong case for it to sit within your core funding? If we talk about permanency, then that needs to be something that sits in the core and needs to be something that breathes in and out with the organization. If you lose some funding, you don't just drop it out. That means that assembly just gets smaller. If you get more funding and more support, it means that it becomes bigger. But I'd be happy to share all the learning and the joy of this journey.
Thank you. I'll just add one more thing to that, which is something we're looking at in the network as well, which is looking at, I really like the idea, I agree with it, because I think the board structures that we have within the cultural sector and generally within the voluntary sector are broken. We have a kind of Victorian philanthropic model of basically usually wealthy people sitting on boards. And I know lots of organizations really work really hard and strive to try and break that model. Actually, it's incredibly difficult in terms of the culture and the behavior of boards and the language that's used and all of that stuff that makes it incredibly hard to make those boards more democratic, more open, and more representative of your community. So one conversation that we need to be having as a sector, and certainly we want to have within the network, is actually with the Charity Commission, is looking at those structures that exist, the imposition of those structures that we have to work in if we want to be charities, or we want to be CICs or whatever, and actually looking at some of those statutory frameworks and thinking about actually, is there a better way to do that? Because we're still working with statutory frameworks that are 150 years old and were born out of a completely different time and a completely different age. My goodness, we need to reinvent them. So thank you for your contribution. It's a really great idea. Maybe just one more from in the room and then we'll go online after that. Looks like you've been volunteered.
I'm gonna, yeah, I just thought what we were talking about was kind of linked in terms of maybe like resources and organizational structure. We mainly asked each other questions, but a lot of them were around this idea of a structure of care or the amount of space that care and kind of providing equity to people that arts organizations or cultural organizations work with that might need more care or more support. And we talked about people of colour, we talked about people with kind of different access needs, and a lot of us work with people seeking refuge and asylum as well. So we talked about like all sorts of things, and that maybe the question would be about how to like shift resources within an organisation, or even one step backwards, like within funding policy, to be able to give money so that people are properly resourced within and without an organisation. So I think, does anyone else on this table want to add? And that, thank you. And that we felt that the emotional labour within groups who are more vulnerable is automatically a lot higher. So like when we were talking about like increased access in terms of like financial access, we were kind of all agreeing that there was a emotional or like traumatic way of articulating that as well. And that we wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, I think it's great. Sounds like a great conversation. I think one of the things that we find as well is that the process of a jury or an assembly is a process of organizational change, because if you are going to engage with much more representative groups of people from your local community, you absolutely need to put all of that in place. There's also a duty of care on the team of staff, actually, and actually the challenges that sometimes that you're experiencing and what we're experiencing in terms of some of the assemblies, the people that you come into contact with who've had really challenging, live situations. It makes you realize actually how unrepresentative most of the work that we do is. And so totally agree that there is a real duty of care, and that in itself is an action of how we shift the way that we present information. So a lot of citizens' assemblies, we talked about some of the failures of these models, and actually sometimes citizens' assemblies, if they're presented in a very kind of, assuming that everybody is an auditory learner, whereas actually a lot of us are visual learners, or a lot of us are kinesthetic learners. We need to do something in order to be able to absorb information. And actually, how do you create an assembly environment, a creative assembly environment, which is one of the reasons why we think the cultural sector is so ripe for this, because rather than having kind of technocratic, bureaucratic assemblies that pour information down people's throats and then expect them to deliberate, actually in the cultural sector, we can use creativity as a deliberative method. And so that links, I feel, to your point around care, because how do we creatively look after the people who take part?
And just to acknowledge also, it's something that takes time and resources, and that's just the reality of it. For example, the work we've been doing before we even announced that first call out for the Citizen Assembly, it took us 2.5 years of a lot of labor and thinking and redoing the business plan, rewriting it, re-articulating who we are as an organization, creating the engagement that was necessary. And when we launched it, we weren't where we needed to be, but we felt we had an okay balance to push that forward. So that's just something, we know it needs the time. And if the time and resources and the thinking, and especially culture within the organization are not there, it is absolutely not worth doing it.
Just for the last couple of minutes, is there, I don't know if Sarah is either in the room. Oh yeah, a question from online.
I will be on.
Yeah, so I'll try and be the voice of the online participants, and I'm going to combine a couple of their questions, hopefully into something that makes sense. So it sounds like a lot of the online conversations were focused on funding and resources, so very much mirroring the conversations that happened in the room here, but particularly thinking about the struggles that smaller organizations and individual artists or arts collectives might be facing, and thinking about some of the organizations you've already worked with to explore this model. How have they managed to resource this kind of work so far, given that they might be grassroots and may not have the same amount of resourcing and funding available?
Yeah, so a really good example is Everyone Here, which is a Creative People in Places project working in West Cumbria, which is a very small organisation made up of a very small number of staff who are all working part-time, probably about 3 or 4 members of the team. I mean, I would say this, wouldn't I suppose, from the perspective that I'm coming from, so I'm conscious of that bias in this situation, but I have always found in the cultural sector that smaller organisations are much more able to adapt and be flexible and to shift the way that they think and to find resources for things actually than larger organizations which have millions of pounds worth of funding and dozens of full-time staff. So I totally accept the premise that it seems like it might be more challenging for smaller organizations. My experience is that actually smaller organizations are always the ones that are leading this. And as we said earlier, the examples that we've given, most of those examples actually are of smaller organizations leading this. But take the point that absolutely it is a big challenge, but it's also, I think, an opportunity, because we have found that in terms of the method and approach, it's one that helps to galvanize funders around the idea. So it's one going, in terms of the going to funders and saying, look, this is a method for not just hearing what citizens in our area think and doing, and for us to enact that, but it's actually a method of bringing multiple partners together. So in the West of England Assembly, it's actually about bringing hundreds of cultural organisations together with the local unitary authorities, with the combined authority, with funders, and actually it's trying to bring people together around a kind of democratic mandate. You know what it's like getting organisations together? It's really hard because organisations have their own kind of agendas, but actually when you get them around a citizens' assembly, you provide almost a moral imperative for those organizations to come together and work together on behalf of those citizens. So it can be also a galvanizing thing in terms of funding as well. I think we're out of time. Thanks so much, everybody. I really appreciate it.
So thank you very much, Sad and David. That was really inspiring. It did feel like a sort of real call to action, but there was great honesty, I think, in terms of the way you unpicked a lot of the challenges of moving towards that systemic change, and some brilliant questions from everyone in the room and online. So thank you very much. So we've got a short break now, and then our wonderful breakout sessions will be at 1:45. So you've got about 10 minutes. If you're in the this space here, you should have signed up for a breakout session as you registered or before you did that, and just check to see where they are in the building. There are also online sessions. And then we're coming back together in this space at 4 o'clock for a panel session. So enjoy your short break.
So we're going to begin now in about a minute or so. So if people are here for the breakout room on co-creating projects, and maybe because to make it a nice intimate atmosphere, maybe if we could sit a little bit closer, if that's possible, to join in a little bit around the middle. I hate being asked to do stuff like this too. Don't worry. Oh yeah, well, please don't. In the Q&A, you can heckle. Structured heckling. Yeah. More culture. Nice calm before the storm. Very silent. I'll try and fill the space with words. So listen, thank you so much for coming here. Thank you for coming to this breakout session on co-creating projects that I'll be sharing with George from Tate St. Ives. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, genuinely. A pleasure to be in Plymouth, and thank you so much to Engage for putting on this wonderful event and the Market Hall. I'm really getting a lot of life from this, the sea air that was coming in this morning as well. Listening and responding has been heavily on my mind, not just in preparing for this presentation, but I had just one of those days yesterday. I was traveling from Dublin over here I had a whole thing. I was left my house at 6 a.m. I was going to check in at about midday into my hotel. Won't go into the details. Planes delayed, planes going up in the air, turning around, not being able to land because there's not a spot, plane being cancelled, going to Heathrow flight being cancelled. Lovely Elizabeth line, very thankful for that. Got me into town, Paddington down to here, checked into my hotel at about 2 a.m. So lovely coffee provided, lovely sea air. But I'm saying that as well as listening and responding, it genuinely does come into play. I guess it's, stating the obvious, but in all ways we communicate with people and how we try and form relations with people. Maybe it's listening to, you have to queue here now, and responding by queuing there, or being told listening that you're going to wait for 2 hours and then responding by waiting for 2 hours. Listening and responding comes into play, whether it's telling 200 people, responding to 200 people's exact question, all the exact same questions, all giving them individual answers, or trying to enhance the well-being of people's lives by listening and responding for very broad cultural aims. And don't worry, you won't be responding by responding to me charging you for extra baggage or anything like that today. But I'll have about 20 minutes of talking. I'll probably eaten up a good bit of that, and then I'll pass over to George for a similar amount of time, and then we'll have a little bit of space at the end for some interactive discussion. So just to keep in mind, as you're listening to the talks, I'd really encourage you to maybe think of even just one word that's coming to mind, and then at the end, if you have a piece of paper to write it down, or you can write it, you can draw it, or whatever way you want to express, if there's one word or one concept that's coming to mind. And then in the space we have at the end, we'll encourage you to talk to other people, listen to them, and to see, is there a word that connects with your word, or an idea that connects with your idea? And can you chat together to see, do you have something to feed back to us that we can respond to? So I'll begin with the first slide. So I'm from Dublin City Council Culture Company. And so we're separate to the local government of Dublin City Council, but we get pretty much all of our funding from them. So I'd phrase it like a culture wing of the City Council. And we're relatively fortunate. We work mostly with local community groups, but we would have a larger budget than most other organizations that we work with. So just to give a little bit of a flavor of how we started, it was originally for a European Capital of Culture bid about 10 years ago. And it was one of the first times that in pursuing this, trying to get this for Dublin, we formed strategic partnerships. Who's now our CEO, Isil Dunn, got people together from education departments in museums, local community workers, local area officers. And Dublin was unsuccessful in that bid, but thankfully the local government said, we've got these structures set up, let's start funding them. And that's how Dublin City Council Culture Company came into being. So we tried to work with these connections that we had and all the people at the table to start creating projects from that. And the City Council, of course, they do have their own arts office, they do have their own venues, they do have their own programs, but yeah, we try to work more in the kind of experimental space and trying to work with communities or groups of people who maybe are left out by what the City Council themselves can manage. Yeah, experimentation is a big part, co-creation, as we're going to talk about, and participation. And our way of how we do things. So we're very much focused on listening. It's always listening, responding, to keep listening and responding, and to test new methods. So over the years, so a lot of our projects began with direct referrals from community workers and from building up staff. We originally started with about 3 or 4 contractors. Now we've more than 40 employees. So we've now set up a number of staff and a framework and a level of experience where we're able to have our own team engage in active listening sessions, and they go out and meet people directly in the community. So we still work with community workers, but we're trying to always kind of erase the barriers and the middle people, to try and just hear directly from communities, to try and program from that. So we work with the aim of achieving, sorry, my glasses are not great either. I'm trying to read at the back there and also read down here. I identify with our last speakers. Achieving wider cultural participation in the city to develop and expand cultural habits, to bring culture to places where it's not usually perceived to be, and demonstrating that culture and creativity can happen anywhere. So that can be something even say like a group that have a coffee morning. We hear word of them. One of our engagement team poses a question, would you like us to come by and chat to you? And then even kind of to demonstrate to people, not demonstrate, but to confirm maybe, or to add validity to people's everyday experiences that what you're doing is culture, and just listening to them doing what they do as they do it, and see what kind of ideas can come from there, what ways we can enhance it and what ways we can help it. And then why do we listen? Oh, sorry. What we do, just to give a flavor. So we are quite a broad organization. I personally work on the creative engagement team, which gets ideas from communities and local people and try to build projects out of that. But we're across loads of different bases in culture. We run cultural buildings. So 14 Henrietta Street, it's a social history museum. It looks at one old Georgian building, which has been renovated. And it looks at the history of housing in Dublin and Ireland, kind of as a microcosm, from Georgian splendor and grandeur to where there would have been one family who would have used it for a winter home, to then in the late 19th century, where there would have been more than 100 people living in tenements in that house. And we have a dedicated education department as well. So we try and make that more than a museum. It's kind of a social history space. Similarly, Richmond Barracks as well. It was a military history museum before, and we were asked to take it over. And now it's a community and social cultural hub in an area of Dublin that's experiencing a huge amount of new development. So it's we have kind of taken it over the building at the right time, where it's a lot of people have concerns that their neighborhood is completely changing. So we're trying to anchor ourselves as a place where culture happens and where you can try out culture. Say, for example, there's mosaic workshops taking place every night, singing workshops with seniors, felting, you name it. We also develop and deliver cultural audience development programs. We make intelligence projects as well. We do work for the City Council, like create a cultural audit. We do a Culture Near You map, where people can easily find even where one artist is working, or where a community group is working, or where museums are. It's kind of a one-stop place for all different types of culture in the city. And we lead creative placemaking projects, which is what I'm going to be talking about for the rest of this presentation. So a little bit of a graph. So this is just a kind of simple way to explain the heart of how listening is at the heart of what we do. So the general idea is we connect with people. Say, for example, it's a group of secondary school students who are, they've gone to a circus skills performance. They're interested in trying that. We listen to them, that they're interested in that. We move on to a trying or experimenting stage, try and set up workshops for circus skills for secondary school students. We again listen, would you like to move on to a making phase? Would you like to make some sort of project like that yourself? And it always feeds back into listening. So maybe they try that process for about 10 weeks or so. They feel like they don't really know enough about the area that they're trying to experiment in. And we go back and we try and form new series of workshops, listening and then moving back on. So we don't rush the making process. We're always kind of, if it takes 2 years, if it takes 3 years, if it takes 3 rounds of workshops, it takes 3 rounds of workshops. So a little bit more about how we listen. Why do we listen? So we don't know if our approach is right unless we're constantly listening. And it functions also because we're sort of a link organization between many different cultural organizations in the city. We're uniquely placed where we take in a huge amount of data. We have a huge amount of forms. We have a huge, that's going to sound very like admin heavy, but we gather a huge amount of feedback from people taking part in culture all over the city. And we have all of the different national culture institutions we're partnered with. But they have, their own sets of everyday needs and stakeholders that they have to answer to. So perhaps they're not able to see some of the links and some of the opportunities that are happening in between all of this ordinary citizens taking part in culture. And we try and get very practiced as well with, because forms and feedback forms, it sounds very uninspiring and foreboding. So we really put a huge amount of effort in building personal relationships, so that when somebody approaches you with a form, it's somebody you know or somebody who's talked to you earlier in the event. and some of the ways of how we listen. So we have one of our flagship projects is called Tea and Chats, and that's kind of what it says on the tin, essentially. So we have a team of people. We have 5 people who are running it now, and they're constantly on the lookout for all different types of culture taking place. It could be, say, seniors dance classes, could it be a Venezuelan crafting community, it could be a hacker space. We're looking for all sorts of different demographics. What we do is we'd approach them and say, we really like the fact that you're doing what you're doing. We'd love to sit in on one of your sessions. We'd love if you had an hour of your time, could we bring over some tea and biscuits? Would you like to just tell us what's on your mind? Sometimes it might even be people from an area. We might just kind of connect with a community worker, go to a local sports hall or community hall, put the word out, do engagement for weeks beforehand. And it's almost a little bit like a focus group or an open listening session, but it doesn't have, you know, it's not trying to prove anything the way a focus group might be doing, or it's just listening to what people are saying. There's a few structured general questions, but it's just taking in what people are saying, trying to zero in on what do they do best, what would they most like to do next, and then feeding that back to people like me who try and create projects or try and build further relationships and see if there's a seed of an idea there. So, and all of our staff, we have more than 40, like I said, at the moment. All of our staff there, it's kind of a constant process of, even when we're out consuming culture ourselves in evening events, we're always attuned to, is there a community group, or is there a set of people participating in culture who hasn't done a tea and chat session yet, who would be open to it? So our overall aim with this is to connect with as many people as possible in the city of Dublin, to hear all different ways that people are connecting, all different ways, all different combinations of people together who are creating something cultural or just being together, and what do they think about the city, essentially. So how we respond then, one of our main projects that has to do with this, which is a project that I'm over, is called the National Neighbourhood, which again maybe has a little bit of a foreboding name. One person before on a call said to me, they said they thought it was a security company, which I can see where they're coming from a little bit. But the idea is simply that there are national cultural institutions, there are neighbourhoods, i.e. people in communities and neighbourhoods, and there can often be a huge, huge gap between what different neighbourhoods, what different communities feel that they can actually even go into a national cultural institution, by which I mean the likes of the National Gallery, the National Concert Hall, the National Theatre. We found a huge sense that a lot of communities feel that they can't actually even step inside the door. So we have this project, which is a year-round project, which is, its aim is to bridge that gap between them. So how this would generally work is coming back, thinking back to that graph about listening, responding, going, and making, is an interest in culture would be established from a group, a relationship would be built, there would be try it out sessions, whatever type of culture or heritage that would be. Then it would move on to a making stage if there's interest in making a project or co-creating a project together. Then maybe we have to go back to trying it out with more workshops, and then go back to the making stage. Maybe we might have to go back and re-establish some relationships as well. So it's, I say year-round, as in this is constantly taking place. Some national neighbourhood projects are 3 years in the making. Some of them are 6 months. Some of them are 3 months. It really depends how people take to it, and we don't rush it, and how, when there's consensus. So there's a constant process of trying to find consensus. So some examples of co-created projects that we've done. One that we're very proud of, which took place in 2019, is a Bluebell Community Development Project. So Bluebell, it's an area of the southeast of Dublin City. There are a lot of museums, maybe about 20 minutes walk away, but this particular part of the city, there's hardly any museums. There aren't very many cultural spaces. So that was an area that we had a community officer who was working with us at the time. This was kind of before Tea and Chats as a project had been established, so we were still getting a lot of the seeds of our ideas from local people working in communities or people through the city council. And there was, again, referring back to a coffee morning, there was just simply a group of about 10 people who met every Thursday morning to chat and to talk about Bluebell, to talk about their area, to talk about their problems, to talk about their desires. And we thought there'd be something there. Just what would happen if we got an artist into the building, met with them, tried to establish some trust, and where would that go? So we got a musician called Sean Miller who met with this group over the course of 2 years and heard their stories, started playing some music with them, and started kind of moving on to this try out going to a venue. He suggested going to the National Concert Hall, and almost everybody in the group didn't think that they could go there. Some people said that you had to be in formal dress, you had to be formally invited to go. When they were shown pictures of it, there was a big chandelier, there was Georgian surroundings. People thought that's not really a place that I can go. So he thought there's something here. What if we could work with this group and see would they be up for ultimately at some point performing in the National Concert Hall? And then at that, try and even enhance and aggrandize the idea even more. He proposed the idea of working with, so RTE is our national broadcaster, working with the National Symphony Orchestra to collaborate on a live performance event. So the artist Sean Miller worked with some people who had built up music skills with people, took in people's stories, fitted that to music, gave people a platform and a stage literally to perform their own songs that maybe they had, or poems that had been knocking around in a dusty drawer for years, and to just create a setting that really, really showed people you can make culture with the National Symphony Orchestra in the National Concert Hall, and this can all start from a coffee morning. So I have just a short video that I'd like to play from that gives a bit of a sense of what the event was like and what the evening was like.
So we need to get on and tune up in a minute, right? Okay. Let's find Ray and then.
I started interviewing people about their passion, and for me, they're actually very complex cultural interactions. So I wanted to reflect that in some way and make a piece around it.
Sean has done interviews just like this, and in my own case, he's distilled a marvelous tune and song out of my interview. He captured it brilliantly, put the words, the music, the result is extraordinary. Multiply the effect. That's art in action.
Going now. Anyway, you be my agent. Okay, thank you very much. Let's go. Everybody else. Okay, good. There's my toys. And everybody.
Myself and Dominic first talked about what we wanted from the whole thing. It was to bring that Friday morning breakfast to the National Concert Hall, to show that everybody's life is epic, everybody's life is heroic, everybody's life, is this enormous epic journey. Absolutely everybody's.
It's an incredible boost to be here, coming to a day we've been looking forward for so many months now. We've been here visiting. We've had all the rehearsals every week. We've had the orchestra over to Bluebell. We're finally the full expanse of the full theatre here with the orchestra. It's exhilarating.
By just actually showing them back their own work, but taking it really seriously, there's a validation. And I think anything that increases your sense of your value in the community and the community's value is good.
Walking in here and the full orchestra's on the stage, and we're part of that. As a matter of fact, we're out the front. It's hard to take in. It's just amazing feeling. Looking at who we brought, our crew of all the men, all the women, lads and girls, special needs, musicians and staff, and we're all performing in the National Concert Hall.
So it's about 5 or 6 minutes long. I don't want to play the entire thing, but as you can see, it's we a little bit view ourselves, I think this is a really good example of it. We use a phrase sometimes is we try and take people on the first date, in a sense. And that can be, that first date can be 2 years. But this particular group, they continued making songs together. They've continued performing in their local area. And they don't explicitly work with the artist Sean Miller anymore. He does drop in. But it's like trying to meet people in the place where they make culture, have open-ended listening sessions with them, don't rush the process. What's the idea here? And try and create an enhanced or aggrandized way of expressing that, to then encourage the people to, that they don't really need us in a way, that they can keep producing culture in this way, that they can keep collaborating in this way. I wouldn't want to overstate our therapeutic capabilities, but it's almost like that way with a therapist or something, where the ultimate goal of a therapist is, in a way, is that you don't really need them anymore, that you have the tools and experiences and the confidence to go about your life without needing cultural organizations like us. Another project that we had, which actually started during lockdown, was called the Archive Within Us. So this form of the national neighborhood, as you can imagine, we can't go out to visit people in the places where they make culture. So we had to try and create an online space where people would join together to make culture together. And we devised this program that would be 10 or 12 weeks long, visiting different cultural venues, maybe a practical workshop on genealogy with the National Archives, a virtual tour of the National Gallery, a theatre workshop with the National Theatre. And then there would be an artist in residence online throughout this 10 or 12 weeks who would have their own artist facilitated sessions and would be trying to work to see what's the red thread of people, what's the kind of consensus idea that 20 different, and by the way, it was an open call, so 20 different complete strangers joining online. Is there something there that just through experiencing culture online during this incredibly difficult and often lonely time of the early COVID pandemic, would it be possible to create a project that would try and bring people back into their cultural life after the pandemic ended? So there was 2 different groups working with 2 different artists. Claire Halpin is a visual artist, Colm Keegan is a poet. And there was a huge overlap between some interest that they had. And in both of their sessions, they had an icebreaker. And that icebreaker was, do you have anything in your house that could be in a museum? And usually you would have it that the icebreaker was, 10 minutes before the virtual tour was taking place. And we actually found, or I found when I was helping facilitate, people just didn't want to get off this topic of, in a great way, people didn't want to get off the topic of, do you have something in your home that could be in a museum? And we didn't need another type of icebreaker for the rest of the program then. And indeed, the discussion afterwards kept kind of returning to that. So we thought there's really something there. And people had a huge interest in doing workshops with the National Archives too. And then when this 2 separate 12-week programs finished, we put it to Colm and Claire, the artists, would you like to join together? Would you like to put a kind of separate open call between these 2 groups? All we said was that icebreaker was really interesting. Would you like to explore that further? Would there be something cultural you'd like to make out of it? And then 12 people put themselves forward for that. And then over the course of the next 2 years, they teased out this idea for a collaborative exhibition. And one of the things that they particularly got interested in was this idea of there's a national archives, which are of course essential to sort of understanding a country or a society and what came before it, but everybody has their own personal archive as well, whether it's holding onto a receipt from a date or an heirloom from a mother or a grandmother, whatever it might be. Everybody sort of keeps their own personal archive as they move through life. So the idea was to set up a space where there would be 12 different plinths, 12 different people would have their objects displayed, and each plinth would have a poetic couplet, original piece of poetry that's written by the person as well. And then the audience or the visitor who went, there would be no set route to go. All 12 plinths would be spotlighted at the same time, and you can choose any route you want to go around it. And there was a prompt at the start, keep track of the lines of poetry. There was an interactive space at the end then where people could select 3 plinths or 3 creative responses or 3 lines of poetry that spoke to them, and that would generate the first 3 parts of a poem. And then there was a space at the end where they could write their own 4th piece of poetry. So every single person who went in, who took part with this interactive space, hopefully got something from it, from the experience, but each person left with their own personalized poem in their hand as well. And there was some really gorgeous, because we have no we purposely had no demographic info on the people. Sometimes donated their poems, or we, with their consent, took a picture of it so we could to see what people were responding to. And it's really interesting, because when you have them all collated, you don't know whether it's a 12-year-old who visited as part of a school tour, or somebody who is in, retired, who was popping along because it was part of a festival of history. And there's this real magic of not knowing who exactly said what, but that the whole kind of composite picture of their responses is really beautiful. And we're looking to put this on again. We have all the plinths made, we have them all ready to go. So we're Dublin City Council Culture Company, but one of our dreams would be for other cities in Ireland to start up the same type of framework. And we'd love for somebody else to either use this idea, or this idea to move on to another city or other parts of Dublin and just see where it goes. I won't show the video for this because I'm just conscious of time and I don't want to eat in George's time, but there's another very charming video of this one as well. And then finally, just to wrap up, a more recent project we did was a film called The First Drop That Saw the Sky. So we connected with a mental health recovery and resource centre called Suavenus Clubhouse. Suavenus is the Irish language word for peace. And Clubhouse, it's a non-medical model of support and care for people with long-term mental health, long-term mental health that they want to work through. So it's, and they were referred originally from a tea and chats session. So one of our staff members just heard about this place called Suavenus Clubhouse, contacted the centre manager, went out one day in, I think about 2022, listened to them, just got a sense that they were interested in either film or drama or something where they would like to present their understanding of mental health in some sort of public forum. And then we had quite a long process of drama workshops. We got a film and theatre artists involved, improvisational workshops building up over time, then visits to the National Theatre, going back to doing more workshops, taking a little bit of a break, responding to people's needs. Some people just had other stuff going on in life, so they needed maybe a 6-week gap in between. So we were kind of constant relationship building and reconfirming and responding with the people themselves or the centre manager, constantly trying to gauge, are we asking too much? Are we to try and encourage without asking too much? And then they developed their own idea for a script. They developed their own, they did location scouting in their local area. We got a cinematography team on board, and we developed a film, a short film, which we're submitting to film festivals at the moment. And it looks in particular at 3 people's mental health journey as a way that they chose. These 3 people represents our overall centre and our overall clubhouse. And they wanted it to be a documentary style, but they didn't want it to be a straightforward kind of talking heads documentary. And they very much wanted it to be about the positive arc of their experiences with mental health. So it was completely driven by what they wanted to do. And again, it's this kind of very patient approach, and the trying to just reach people who maybe don't feel like they have a voice within culture, and that through a program like Tea and Chats, which is just, again, simply going out, having presenting tea and biscuits and listening to people, that you can end up creating these really magical experiences out of them. So that was a bit of a run through, a bit of a crash course of what we do. I hope it gave a decent sense. I was trying to fit it all into 20 minutes. But yeah, we'll have a discussion space at the end. So I want to pass over to my colleague, George. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Georgina Kennedy. Feel free to call me George. My pronouns are she, they. Thanks, Evan, and thank you guys for joining us in our session today. I'm a social practice curator, and I'm going to share some of our recent communities programme that we've been learning both with and from at Tate St Ives in the last year or so. Some of the activity is still current, is still live, and I wanted to give you a sense of that slowing down of time and the different ways we might approach this kind of work. I also want to consider, actually, can I have the first slide up? That's great, thanks. I want to consider this idea of what it means for a public arts venue to be useful or to be thought about as a useful resource to society and to our communities, thinking very much about how we might think about the collections or the exhibition, the artwork, as that resource for a community's health and well-being. And each of my projects is kind of linking into that as an exploration. And I'm saying that as a distinction from the way we might think about venues like Tate as a visitor attraction. Tate sees access to art as a universal human right, and of course we hold part of the National Collection of Art, and so I think it's important to reflect on that. Museums invest a huge amount of resource in looking after their collections for the future, but it's essential that we also find ways to make them valuable to society now and to give our publics the same level of care that we give to the objects we look after. The word curator, of course, means to take care of, and applying that sense of care to people as well as to art is a key part of the work that I'm going to share. I'm going to talk about 3 projects, and they were all developed collaboratively, shaped to meet the needs and the resources of those involved, and they're all approached as a kind of action research where the practice is informing the decisions that are made as we go along. I should also mention, I forgot to say, sorry, that the first project, I will be mentioning suicide as well. So if we can have, oh, I remembered I've got the clicker. Tate St Ives also look after the Barbara Hepworth Museum and Sculpture Garden, which obviously offer these other types of spaces that we can work in, outside spaces. And the first project I want to share is a partnership with Cornwall NHS Trust Suicide Liaison Service that engaged adults bereaved by suicide, and it used art and creativity as tools to generate hope and solace for those who participated. The project was titled Walking with Art, and it responded to the Hepworth Art and Life exhibition that we had at Tate St Ives, but it also included exploration of the sculpture garden and walks through St Ives, exploring some of the Hepworth sculptures that are in the civic spaces around the town. Unusually, this partnership was instigated by a member of our community who had been recently bereaved by suicide, and she saw value in bringing us together, these 2 organisations, Tate and the Suicide Liaison Service, to say, you know, is there a way you can work together? Is there a connection you can make that could benefit other people? And we decided to do a kind of small scale pilot. It involved 9 participants, all adults, and it was very much a kind of a pilot experiment in a way. So from the early planning stages, we involved several adults who had lived experience of being bereaved by suicide, not seeing them as participants, but seeing them as people that could advise us on how to shape the project. And we also worked directly with the partner staff in that, and with an artist, Greg Humphreys, who was involved from the beginning as well. And lots of skills sharing took place from from the beginning. We identified walking as this kind of tool to create a momentum that we could hang creative activity on, and we could hang conversation around. And the project, it was really successful. It evidenced a lot of positive impact for people who participated, for everyone that participated. And we realised that within that impact, they were recognising Tate as becoming a safe space for them. And in many instances, they were feeling more confident in situations that they would have previously avoided, such as coming into a public venue and spending time there. There was a great sense of comfort and acceptance that this space was shared by people with a similar lived experience of the same kind of loss. And through the partnership, we saw that creative learning build resilience and develop problem-solving skills for the people who participated. After the project, we created this display of participants' work, and this was something we hadn't originally planned. But as the project developed, we learnt about the role that we could play as an organisation in helping to contribute to help dispel the stigma that surrounds suicide to a much wider public beyond the project participants. And I really don't want to underestimate the value of this. It drew attention to a subject that people often avoid talking about, both internally within our staff teams, across Tate. We talked about it on our intranet, and it raised quite a lot of conversations across the Tate sites. And also, of course, with our visitors. It was quite a small display, as you can see. It was in a very public space, though, at Tate St Ives, and it was on for over several months. And as well as the importance of helping to dispel that stigma, it also provided a really positive space to celebrate the power of art as a source for comfort, connection and creative learning for the people who had participated. And to the right of the display, you can't quite see it in the picture there, but there was a wall text which included an advisory note on the sensitive nature of the project at the top. It also talked about the motivation of the display, as I've just mentioned, and also how to find support. So this kind of sense of practices of care were embedded through the project, from the involvement of people with lived experience at the beginning and the early stages, thinking about the training and the support structure that we created for our staff, and through the environments and the approach of the delivery, and also the way that we shared the project afterwards. And our external evaluator, in fact, remarked how difficult it was to identify recommendations in the evaluation because of the way we had worked together and in dialogue through all those processes. And I'm going to move on to the next project. This is a partnership with Cornwall NHS Trust Mental Health Inpatient Services. And this project came about through our involvement in Hospital Rooms Cornwall project, of which Hospital Rooms are commissioning 13 artists to make work for Cornwall's 2 mental health hospitals. And in support of this work, Tate hosted 4 workshops with inpatients and 4 with community members who had lived experience of mental health services. Those workshops were led by the Hospital Rooms artists as part of the development stages of the Artist Commission. And within those workshops, they used the exhibitions and displays as a resource to aid conversation and creativity between the artist and the participant. So this is kind of how we began, but we were also really interested in how we could support the legacy of this investment in Cornwall mental health services beyond the Hospital Rooms project, which is really close to concluding now. So early in the project, we convened a training day for hospital staff in partnership with Hospital Rooms. And this focused on developing confidence and skills in slow looking and in facilitating conversations about art without having necessarily any prior knowledge of art or artists or any of that stuff that you perhaps feel you need to know. And the approaches that we used were informed by the work that we've developed since 2009 through our Look Group programme, which champions the right to art for everyone. And it's established groups in communities across Cornwall who meet regularly to talk about art and artist practice, a little bit like a book group, but with art being the focus. So the skills that we were sharing in that session were very much tried and tested and developed through collaboration with our regional communities over time. And our involvement in the early stages of the Hospital Rooms project enabled us to begin to build our own partnership with the hospital teams. And I want to talk about a turning point in this, which was when we collaborated with both the Hospital Room staff, but also the hospital clinicians who were leading the project, to create a day at Tate that brought together the hospital trustees and the leadership staff to reflect on the learning so far, kind of midway through the project, and the legacy that the project would have for Cornwall. And as an outcome of that day, there was desire from all that each of the hospital ward teams would also be supported, the staff teams, I should say, would be supported with a similar opportunity to reflect for themselves on how they could develop creativity on the ward and have a role in leading that change themselves on the ground. So this is kind of what we're doing now, and we've hosted 3 of these days at Tate, and we're going to support 3 more. And each day is designed as an opportunity for the teams to connect. They obviously already all know each other. They work together on the ward, but it's about how we can bring them together in a different way, to be creative together, to focus on their own well-being as a sort of model of how that might work, role modeling that, and to consider how creative practice and partners like us could be used as a resource in mental health recovery. This is a bit of a low-tech image, but I really wanted to share it with you because it's a kind of an expression of what the day is. It's a very practical tool that we've been using in our planning stages, and it's a way that we communicate to the people who are participating, to the staff teams that are coming, visually, that all parts of the day are equal and are valuable. So thinking about rest, lunch, thinking, making, all the bits are part of a healthy approach to supporting creativity and well-being. And I want to go back to that word curator, meaning to take care of, that I think there is something in this about the craft of curating in the context of social practice and gallery education, which is often invisible or less visible. And we use this to be kind of more explicit about the care that we're giving to all parts of the day. And the ward teams are diverse. They represent all roles on the ward, from healthcare assistants, staff nurses, occupational therapists, psychologists, clinicians, doctors, and others. There's lots of different experiences and perspectives coming together on those days. And we deliver those days collaboratively with Tate staff, artist educators, and some of the clinicians who are involved from that partnership are also involved in delivering the day. And again, we explore approaches to slow looking, including mindfulness techniques such as breathing and stretching. We do some of that in the galleries with the artwork. We use making activities to activate different sensory responses. And the aim of that is to kind of disrupt thought and behaviour habits, and then to encourage more innovation and innovative thinking. There's a lot of learning coming out of these days, and what is quite special, I think, for those of us involved is seeing the potential power that this collaboration has in contributing to shaping a more social model of mental health care and shifting from a medical model to embrace creativity as a tool in mental health recovery, and really kind of expanding our idea of or understanding of social prescribing and how it can be used in an inpatient setting as well. And we hear from hospital colleagues over and over, actually, how the COVID-19 pandemic has really impacted on the culture of wards, and particularly those kind of social and the creative activities are very much part of that social element, have been kind of stripped away. And it feels significant to be supporting this kind of return now. And we also hope to play a role in positively thinking about mental health to a wider public through the ways we platform the work. And we're halfway through delivering the ward days, and they're each informing the shape of the next. And I suppose what's important is to acknowledge that this work is just with the staff at this stage, and we see it as part one of kind of building a really strong foundation for something that we hope will have a much more sustainable kind of impact, and go on to work together in ways that we haven't yet identified. And also kind of empowering the teams to feel that they can use us independently as well. And we know that change takes time, so it's very much a kind of beginning, part one. So both projects have supported us to kind of further question who are our spaces for when we come back into the gallery, who feels welcome, you know, what are our practices of care that create a safe space for as many people as possible. What does it mean to be trauma conscious in our work, and how do we consider and respond to the needs of our communities, particularly those who need it most? We have become more aware of the need within our building for a calm rest space, away from the thoroughfare, as essential to this kind of work. And that's a space that doesn't really exist, to be honest, currently. This gives context to a more recent project that I'm going to end with, where we've commissioned artist Anna Farley. And this project is funded by the Bosher Hinton Foundation and Heritage Fund. It's part of our public consultation in the development phase of a capital project for the Palais. The Palais is a former cinema, dance hall and shared community space in St Ives, and it was brought by artist Barbara Hepworth in 1961 to use as her second studio. It's now being reimagined as a space to showcase and build on her artistic legacy. So this commission with Anna enables a creative practice-led approach to learning from neurodivergent artists and publics. And it's going to inform how we think about the Palais programme and how we think about the spaces that we're making and creating for everyone. Anna is an autistic artist who makes work exploring her autism, UK disability culture and inclusion. She often subverts the stereotypical culture of galleries and museums by prioritising the people in those spaces over the art, and kind of imagining new possibilities for what could or should exist in our art spaces. and her work often kind of serves as a provision for visitors that are coming into them. And for this project, Anna has taken inspiration from Hepworth's Palais to create an experimental environment at Tate St. Ives that explores and tests how we consider human comfort in our museum spaces, both in terms of our staff and our visitors and our communities. And I'm going to show a really short clip now of Anna talking, because I'd like you to hear her describing the approach in her own words. She's made this film, it went out as an invitation to some of the community groups that she's invited to create a response to the room with. So it's voiced in a tone for them, but it will make sense still.
I'm Anna Farley. I'm an autistic artist and I make work about what I care about the most, which is access. I have been commissioned by Tate St. Ives to think about Gallery 9 and to think about how to make it as accessible and inclusive for as many people as possible. Essentially, in this commission, I'll be exploring Barbara Hepworth's practice and legacy, and thinking about experimenting into putting humans first in an art space and the art coming second. So basically treating people with as much consideration to conditions, temperature, feed, and all the different things that we need to exist. I'm a socially engaged artist, and what this means in terms of the art is that I'm always considering who is it for and what does a community need from it if I'm making anything that exists. And that's how I've come to this conclusion of calling Gallery 9 your space. It has to be a place for you. And the role of this space will be to be able to learn either within Gallery 9 or your experience around the Tate, to rest, to take a moment, and then repeat. So the idea being you will learn, rest, repeat. Your space is for you. You are part of the legacy of Tate St. Ives and the learning journey that's happened. And I really want to find a way to give you some recognition for that and what you've done, but also to show that there's a much larger fabric of the community learning that's happening as part of the art that's happening at Tate St. Ives.
I really love that idea that people, visitors, communities are part of the art, a part of this practice of working with artists and spaces that they create. Your space is going to open on the 8th of June, so it's not quite open yet at Tate St. Ives, and it's going to be on for at least 12 months. All visitors are kind of invited to contribute to it as an experimental space, which is going to evolve through the ways that they choose to use the space and to find their comfort in it. Part of the installation is a curious cushion that's designed with others, and it's going to expand and emerge over time. And the cushion will have many parts, each section designed with a community group considering their needs. You can see one of the sort of initial consultation sketches on the screen. And it will also provide a representation of them as a trace visible to others. And I'm going to end by just coming back to this idea of listening and responding and reflecting on it in the context of this project. Working with Anna has sort of actively been, we've been less reliant on email to communicate, and we've utilised kind of video, audio, sketches, photos, lots of emojis. And that's been, I think, really good for all of us, thinking about the different ways we can communicate and be heard. Anna's proposal for this commission was to create this experimental environment which she could continuously listen and respond to. And I think it was immediately clear to her that you couldn't create an inclusive space without listening and observing, without that being an active process. And then refining and responding and repeating that process, and that becoming an exchange, because that's how you really begin to understand need, and also to acknowledge that need is always changing. So I'm going to end on that point, and I'm really conscious of time because I think we started a little bit late, didn't we? So do we have any time for a bit of discussion? Okay, so have we got until 4 if people want to stay? Okay, so if people want to have a comfort break, feel free to leave. But if you want to stay, we were going to invite you just to have maybe 5 minutes in small groups and online in breakout groups, just sharing some thoughts at this stage. And then we'd hopefully have a moment of feedback. Do you want to add anything?
Oh, no, I was just understanding it's like, almost like what we're getting at is like you're sort of co-creating a discussion, or co-creating questions that to feedback.
Yeah, and I think given the time, maybe just in 2s or 3s, if that's okay. Great, thank you. Look, I think we can move these.
Yeah. Okay, so we just have a few minutes left before 4 o'clock and before potentially a comfort break before the next panel discussion. So just to open it out, I hope you had a nice discussion. And if anybody has any, or online as well, if anybody's coming through online with any questions that arose from thinking about the two presentations or having a discussion about it, we'd love to hear it.
Or responses.
Or
It
responses.
doesn't have to be a
a question, indeed.
Hi, we just had a discussion there about sort of like the benefits of creativity, in that it can bring you joy, but not that kind of immediate sense of it being flippant and joyful, but that it can be really meaningful. And I made that connection with the work that I do and what you were talking about as well in your practice. So thank you.
No, thank you. That's really, yeah, I completely agree. It's a lovely way to describe, thinking of joy as in different ways, the sort of spectrum of joy as well, that it's having positivity in your life can happen in different ways. Yeah.
Hi, thanks both. That was really interesting. I have maybe a really boring practical question for you both, but thinking about having patience and not rushing things, and a project kind of happening, and then you seeing other parts that are really important, like working with people on the ward. My boring practical question is, how do you manage other people's expectations when we have to plan, before a funding application, or in a year ahead, or to the Arts Council where you have to give a kind of 3-year plan? How do you kind of plan, keep it open, change plans, and the rest of the organisation kind of manage their expectations around that when you want to leave a lot of space and a lot of time and a lot of money for participants leading that project once you've opened it out at that point?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We're quite fortunate in Dublin City Council Culture Company, and we usually have a 5-year plan of, it's quite broad aims. It doesn't really go into specific projects. And we have local councillors who are on our board who are usually on culture committees as well. So there is usually, once these 5-year plans are okayed and that's established, it sort of guarantees funding for that period, or guarantees the same level of funding at least for that period. So we're incredibly fortunate with that we are able to have these 2- and 3-year long projects. And a lot of it as well is sometimes I would drop into the board to give them an update on it, and it's being honest as well, and not over promising. And I suppose the way we were set up, that it's experimental and participatory, is sort of completely embedded in why we began. So our board and the councillors and people feeding back to the council would be people who would be able to advocate for the power and the importance of these kind of patient experimental projects. And yeah, it's kind of a lot of it's been showing that we are doing the work, but demonstrating why something might need to take a rest, and then making sure that we are looking into other projects while that's happening, not spreading ourselves too thin at the same time. But yeah, like for ourselves anyway, we're very lucky that sort of we were funded to be experimental. So we have sort of that level of patience from our funders and our stakeholders as well, which maybe not be great practical advice to feedback, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to add, but we're also privileged in the sense that I have a very small core budget that I don't have to fundraise necessarily for. So I'm able to invest some of that in some of this seeded little work that's quite low cost, and build momentum, and then use that evidence to perhaps fundraise with. But what I was going to say is, I find the issue for me and my organisation is less about the organisation putting expectation or putting boundaries on what can and can't happen. It's more about when I work with a funder, it's the funder, and I think that there's a difference in that for me. And also I think it's about, for me and my organisation, me finding ways to articulate the value of working in this way. Yeah, getting that part of the language.
Yeah, our table earlier was talking all about articulation and how in this sort of work, there's often not time to pause after a project or pause during a project to reflect and articulate in a way that also places that you kind of recognize the value of it. So I think that probably is a key point in this sort of work, that you do have to take that time to articulate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George and Evan. That was really brilliant. So can we give them a little thank you? And I gather from the hordes of people coming down the stairs that the other breakouts are finished too. So for folks online, please just bear with us for 5 minutes whilst we get set up for the panel at 4 o'clock. So we'll probably start 5 minutes late, 4:05. Thank you. See you there.
So welcome back after the breakouts. And now we have our final panel discussion of the afternoon. And it's a real pleasure to introduce Hannah Harris, who's CEO of Plymouth Culture, who's chairing the session.
Sorry, busy chatting away there. Yes, hi, thank you. I'm based here in the city. I have the fortunate job of working with lots of the organisations here. And so I'm going to just do a bit of an opener for the panel discussion today to frame a bit of context of Plymouth. Hopefully you've seen a little bit of it, so it will make some sense. And to just draw out some of the threads that in our planning conversation seem to come through really strongly about all of the work that we were doing, even though it's very different. And then we're going to go into hearing from our panel members, 2 of which are in the room, 1 of whom is online. And we've got plenty of time then for us to have a bit of a panel discussion, and also we'll throw that open to the floor as well, so you can be part of that Q&A with us as well. I have my phone because I don't wear a watch and I really should, so I hope that I will keep on track by doing that. I would like to start by reading a couple of statements to you. The city is our venue, the waterfront our stage, the architecture our canvas. That's the first. The second, our artists and creatives are the change makers, the radical thinkers, the social activists. They create movements for change and will be the ones who reimagine a global future. That's the second. And the third, our communities are the authors, curators, directors, producers, and co-creators of our culture. Our empowered communities will drive social change. Now, I won't embarrass the Plymouth organisations in the room by asking which strategy that's from, because as David said this morning, no one reads them anyway. But it is actually our 10-year culture strategy for Plymouth. I know intimately. And what I wanted to just kind of, oh, if I could have my presentation up, that would be great. Thank you. What I wanted to flag was when we produced this 10-year culture plan in the middle of the pandemic, 2020, we found it a moment actually to stop and reflect, and I think to take quite a different approach to what we would have done had we not been in a pandemic, which was to really acknowledge that everything was broken. And all we were seeing was the realization of the failures that had come before around structure and funding and organizational development and culture. And it was a moment for us to think a little bit laterally about what we wanted from a cultural strategy and how we might work moving forward. And so we resisted the urge within that document to list the projects that were going to happen over the next 10 years, and instead talked about the behavioural change that needed to happen for transformation, because we felt that was the single most important thing for change to occur, was about how we as organisations operate and how we centre our work around people, place and planet. And so these are extracts from our strategy. If you haven't read it, please do. At least someone will have done then. And they really are about framing place, people, and planet as the cornerstones of our strategic work. And we were really fortunate during that time that our colleagues and people responded really well to that idea that this might be actually an opportunity for a cultural strategy to have more of an inclusive focus around it. And in Plymouth, hopefully you've seen we have a real expertise around socially engaged practice. And so it seemed appropriate for us to do that. And so the work that we're really focusing on now is about how we make our place really mean something in the city. And the next set of slides are just images from mostly work that we as Plymouth Culture have commissioned, some from other organisations. So I'm not going to talk to them directly. They're just pretty if by now you're kind of tired and need some visuals to focus on. But what we are really doing is focusing on what it means to be an ocean city. We are Britain's ocean city, or so we tell ourselves and others. But that is quite complex and contradictory at times, because it has historically meant something very important to people and locality. It has a history. And beyond the obvious connection around proximity, it really is about cultural identity. So living by the ocean means something, or has done previously. In times past, it has been about prosperity, But also with that comes an acknowledgement that Plymouth has played a huge part in empire, colonization, and the slave trade. And as such, it's not all pretty, and it means very different things to very different communities. The same is true of industry. So we've had an industry here, the dockyards. We're located in Devonport, which is in the heart of dockyards, which for many generations has meant security, prosperity, purpose, and value. And when that industry goes, or the bottom falls out of that, we become genuinely a city in mourning. Families and intergenerational families are grieving for the loss of purpose, the loss of connectivity. And so we're really embarking now on a collective project with other organisations, including the local authority, culturally engaged organisations, socially engaged practice, around reconnecting to the sea. We have, as residents and as a locality, to all intents and purposes, turned our back on the sea because it just doesn't have that connectivity. People can't see their relationship to it or a sustainable future for themselves within it. So what we are looking to do is reconnect citizens to the ocean, for it to really mean something, to understand what that cultural identity is and can be, and to reimagine what it might be in the future. Now, that is really about belonging. So how do people redevelop a sense of belonging in their place? A connection that actually isn't just because it's pretty and nice, but actually offers something in return, whether that's well-being, job security, community connection. So we want Britain's Ocean City to mean something to every resident that lives here. What I am talking about here is placemaking. And unfortunately, that word, I think, has been adopted and overused massively. It often features in regeneration projects, in visitor plans, and we are going to talk a little bit today about reclaiming that phrase, including the term regeneration, which so often now is connected solely to capital investment. And as has been heard today, what we need to do is reclaim that phrase of regeneration and placemaking to talk about restorative and regenerative practice, to think about how it is about people that make that transformation and how we enable and facilitate them to do that. And that capital regeneration in isolation is not going to lead to transformation, nor is it going to re-engage citizens in a way that is meaningful to them or where they develop a sense of belonging. So we feel it's an opportunity to reclaim, to restate what that could and should mean, with people at the centre of that activity. So we're going to talk about restorative practice, regenerative practice, with the thought about it really building agency, where people have a sense of belonging to not just enjoy where they are, but to feel able to take action and to want to do so. In our city in particular, the importance of that connection to the ocean is so that we can have marine citizens who actually care enough about this locality to protect and preserve it. And we think there's a read across to community work all over the country, where you have sufficient agency within a community that they will look to protect and preserve. So we invite you to hold those thoughts in mind about restoration, regeneration of a different kind, people at the centre. Well, we hear from our amazing speakers today. They're going to spend about 10 minutes each giving us some examples and perspectives of their own work, and then we'll have a shared discussion, which we'll, of course, invite you into. And I've spoken quicker than the pictures, but almost. There we go. So I'm firstly going to ask up Heather, who's going to talk to us about the role of the artist in civic change and agency.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Just do a quick audio description of myself. So I'm a 50-year-old white woman, and I have dark hair and it's tied back, and I'm autistic and I have ADHD as well. Okay, so this is me, and this is Ivan. So most of my artistic practice has been in collaboration with Ivan, my husband. We met at art school. And we also have our own practice as well. So I have kind of like a printmaking practice, and I also am the CEO and artistic director of Dash, and have been for about the last 10 months, 12, 11 months, something like that. Oh, I need to ask you all to do something. So you have your phones with you. If you could, my Instagram is Morrison_studio, and the Instagram for Dash is Dash Disability Arts as well. If you could, if you want to know anything more about the practice, you could look on my Instagram. But also with your phones, could you take a few photos of me while I'm doing this? Because I never get to see it, and I never take photos, so that would be really good. It's also another thing around kind of like how this might work in a like from a neuroaffirming perspective. I find it really hard to sit all day and listen. So please fiddle with your phones. And if you want to look through my Instagram, that'd be great. If you want to send me a DM, that's also great. If you wanted to send me a DM of a question that you don't feel like you want to ask and put your hand up, just do that and I'll answer you privately as well. Because we all communicate in all different ways, I think. I mentioned when I just introduced myself a bit about myself. I need to say one other thing. It was interesting hearing Saad describe himself, where he's coming from. There was another thing I thought I would mention. So I also I grew up near Corby in Northamptonshire in a town called Desborough, which we used to call Desperate, but I have a working class background. I know everything about art up until the age of 16 because I went to the library. I didn't go to an art gallery. I just looked at the big books in the library, but that's absolutely completely informing who I am and my path. I suppose I'm mentioning this because this kind of work, it's the whole person. So it's not just the work, like it's my practice, it's who I am. And it guides me all the way through. And I'm going to take you, there's some nice sort of words there, which are things I've thought about, but at the very heart of it, that's who I am. And as an artist, you just can't move away from that. I think one of the things that's happened quite a lot is that we've sort of disengaged ourselves from the whole person, or we feel like the whole person shouldn't be brought to work, but this is kind of the work that we do, it's practice. So I can't see those now. I'm just having a look. Okay, so I think there's something about sculpture. I did write them down. So I do social sculpture. I also do make sculptural space. And then finally, what I've started to do is make an organization of sculpture, which is what I'm up to at the moment. So there's a few words on there which I'll just kind of like pull out. I'm interested in stuff, like things that we make, physical things. I'm also interested in the networks between those things, the relationships, the sort of sculptures that happen in between the things. I put light down. I tried to think about that. That sort of describes where I'm at. Light is basically your faith, what you believe in, the thing that you go towards. And then finally time. So time is like the most important thing, like in everything that we do. I would say one of the most extraordinary things about now working for Dash is I'm suddenly able to work on my own time in a neurodivergent way, which is sometimes really fast and sometimes like super slow as well. Being able to think about time as something that the way your rhythm suits your time as well. The other words, oh, I've only got 10 minutes. Okay, I'll carry on. Hold on, right. The other words that I wanted to just kind of pick out was protopic or protopia. I don't know if anyone knows what that means. It's a lovely word. And I'm not doing that in a kind of artsy visual arts sort of way. I'm bringing you a word that's like, yeah, cool. It's like a word that totally describes sort of what I'm up to. Protopia is not utopia. Protopia is just a little bit better. It's not like the perfect answer to everything. That's all I'm up to, really. It's really hard. The arts are always given this idea that we are here to sort all this stuff out, which is not our stuff to sort out. Actually, all I'm there is just to make it a tiny bit better. I'm just going to tilt it slightly. But if you want us to sort it out, you're completely looking in the wrong place. You should be looking elsewhere for that. The other word, which is lovely, is a word by Timothy Morton, and Timothy Morton's really hard to read, but it's beautiful work, is subsendence. So subsendence, Timothy Morton says, is, you know, we think that the whole is always greater than the parts. We're slightly opposite of that. I think the parts are really, really important, like, because it's the things that you're doing right now in that point in time, the decisions that you're making, they're very important. I don't know about the whole. The whole looks like it's gone to shite, to be honest. So like those things, these small things in amongst all of those. Okay, shall we look at some work? I wanted to show you Mother. This is a piece that I did with Donna Linus at Wising, and we completed it in February 2020. I'm going to say this is probably one of my favourite pieces of work. We called this work the Wiccan Hayrick right up to the point about a week before, and we always knew it was called Mother, but we kind of like smuggled that in because it worked for everybody involved. It looked a bit like a Wiccan, a little bit like a Hayrick, but actually it was not. It was my mother. And this is a work that could only be visited for the first 3 months by people who were on their hour free, out walking the dog. And so people would communicate with us over social media if they'd visited Mother. And because we let her be and didn't have too many visitors, barn owls moved in and occupied the space. And sometimes, I was going to show it because it's just a work that works, is entirely kind of, it was a work that was left. It didn't need lots of stuff. It had loads of things programmed, but in the end, it didn't get programmed with anything. And in the end, as well, all the materials for that piece of work went back to where they came from. This is Look, Look, Look. This is a piece of work that I did for with the National Trust in walled Cape Ilse Brown garden, very close to where I live. I work with a National Trust. I'm working with them at the moment. I like working with my National Trust, which is about 5 miles away from where I live. The reason I like doing that, National Trust, it's quite tricky to work with other organisations, especially ones that have, you know, kind of their own structures, systems, histories, and so on around. And we all know, if you want to make beautiful and extraordinary work, you need a long-term relationship. So I moved to Herefordshire 10 years ago, and I've been working with this National Trust ever since then. It took us a long time to get to the point where this work could be made in that space, and I'm working on something else at the moment. This is a piece called I'm So Sorry, Goodbye. It's at Tatton Park. It was at Tatton Park. I split the shingles for this work. So there's a lot of shingles, and the shingles were split on a hill about 2 miles away from the work because 3 chestnuts had fallen about 4 years before, and I hand split all the trees. That's when I look at this work, that's what I think about. Think about what that was like. It was about 4 weeks. For some reason, I didn't get a repetitive strain injury by doing these shingles all the time, whereas a couple of other people did. I just got in this rhythm of the continuously splitting these shingles. This is How to Survive the Coming Bad Years, which is on the left. And the other piece is the piece I made a long time ago for Wales, for when I was at the biennial there, representing Wales. But that's actually in Wales itself. We made the same piece of work for Wales, on Giudecca in Venice, and we made the same piece of work in our wood in Wales, so you could visit it, you didn't have to go to Venice. There it is at Eastside Projects. I thought about, this is a work called Plaza. It was commissioned by the Vancouver Art Gallery. It's a really huge bit of work. It was there for about 18 months, and I was there for the install of it, and then I never went to see it again. And I often think about that with some of these works, like, and I can think about it now because there's several pieces of work that are in the world, and I don't know who's in them or what's happening to them. It feels like I often think to myself, do you know me a bit? because I made this work? Or does this connect with you? I don't have an answer for that, but I thought about it a lot. This is I'll be with you, whatever. It's a piece of work that took about 4 years. That's quite short. Some of the work take much longer than that. This work was done with an organisation called BIS. They're the equivalent of Shelter in Germany. And we worked with their sort of magazine sellers and a lot of homeless community, a whole group of their kind of clients, and there was about 150 of us altogether. So you have Black Cloud on the left, and then you have Cave on the right. Cave is a permanent piece of work. It's in Milton Keynes. And if you go to Campbell Park, you can walk through it. So Cave is a tiny piece of work. It's 3 triangles that were cast on site and then leaned up against each other. And there's a hearth, and you can make a little fire. This work in particular is one of the pieces of work I think about at night quite often, because we did a really lovely film where we looked at the work over 24 hours and different people that used it and what they how it was mostly in constant use, particularly during the night. People would go in for a smoke, and you can sit in there, have a smoke, and you can watch the motorway, M1. Social sculptures. So this one doesn't have anything on it. I just wanted to talk to you about a project that I did that really, really changed everything for me. Is that I worked with Creative Civic Change, which is a program that was funded by local trusts and Gulbenkian and Esme Fairbairn for about 4 years. Initially, I was brought in to just work for, I think it was about 8 days work with 2 communities. So the program itself meant that there were 15 communities across England that were all given £200,000 to spend on creativity for Conduit for Change. Is that right? About right. Yeah. And I was actually asked if I could recommend any artists that might want to work on it. And I was like, I'd like to work on that. That's great. And then 2 of the communities, one was in Birmingham and one was in Corby. And you never get to work home because there's no art that takes place, as far as I can remember where I live. And so I got to go and work in Corby, and then I got to work in Birmingham, Birmingham being the other place that I've lived for a long time. In the end, I ended up staying and working with every community, I think, in some way, shape or form, hundreds of people, talking to them about themselves, their whole selves, talking to them about materials, meaning, poetry, art, all the way through COVID. And I didn't make a thing. It's nothing. I made absolutely nothing throughout the whole time. And it was extraordinary to think about practice in that way, that was becoming my practice actually, and that I didn't need to make so much stuff. And that really, I started to think about production of all that stuff I've just shown you. Now I know it's all, it looks great. I know that. And I kind of like, sorry, that's a very autistic thing to say, but I don't mean that in a kind of like showy off way. I just mean, yeah, I'm proud of everything I made, but that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of production. How is it? Can you stop making stuff but still do the practice? Which is kind of where I got to about actually sort of thinking about applying for Dash. 2 projects, 1 more minute. I'll just take you through Small Bells Ring, which is my library, floating library of short stories. Hold on, I'll just go back you go, there it is. So this is a very big project with a big crew. It has a crew of 38 people who are all trained as skippers. It works for the library service, and it's the travelling library for Lancashire. Big projects, these ones. This is Yorkshire Sculpture Park. You can go and see this at the moment. This is a piece of work called Silence. I'm going to flick quickly. I'm nearly done. So how do you then, hold on, go back to there. So this is then how I ended up getting to this point where I thought, and a lot of those projects I've had to fit myself into the system, how to do those projects. They're incredibly difficult. There's no way to make your living. I'm just going to tell you, any aspiring artists out there. They're not, you know. The way I'm actually, what was really, really amazing was working with Creative Civic Change and actually being paid, actually, a day rate to make my living here. None of these projects are, you know, so there's all of this stuff going on in my head, and also just in terms of support as well. How do you actually, you can't live your life fitting in. You have to actually belong, because otherwise you can't, you know, you can't. So that led me to, in the end, applying to work for Dash. Because when the job came up a year ago, first job I'd ever applied for in 25 years. First time I'd seen a job ad where I thought, I might be able to be myself, actually, and I might be able to make something, but without actually physically having to materially make something. I might be able to make a sort of sculptural organization. So that's what I've done. Okay. Thank you, Heather. So much for us to think about and pick up on. I'm going to hand over to Sarah, who can introduce yourself and present for us.
So my name's Sarah Pace, and I'm co-director of ADO, which is a not-for-profit organisation based in Wales that specialises in curating contemporary art projects in the public realm that seek to enhance the wider cultural ecology of places, sites and communities. So we work collaboratively with arts and non-arts partners to produce permanent and temporary works, artist residencies and strategies, as well as offering mentoring, fundraising and development services to individuals and organisations. So ADO means to give, bring, place, inspire, cause, add, join in Latin, and to promise, other in Welsh. And it reflects how we see ourselves as connectors, in the sense of John Holden's model of culture as an ecology. We see ourselves as people who make things happen and bring together other parts of the system. So I'd like to talk to you today about a project that we finished recently called Undercurrents on Our Doorstep, a partnership project between Undercurrents, a community arts organisation that has been delivering arts activity on a voluntary basis in the Aber Valley for over 25 years. Caerphilly County Borough Council's Arts Development Team and ADO, and we work with artists to draw out cultural connections across the valley, which is made up of the villages of Abertrydydd and Llanganydd, former mining communities, to reveal the benefits of the area's cultural and environmental assets for the community. So the project was funded by an Arts Council of Wales Connect and Flourish grant. Some of you may know it as a fund, allowing a focus on longer-term equitable partnerships between organisations, communities, individuals and creative practitioners to enable the arts to reach further and deeper into communities and benefit places less well served by the arts. We also secured match funding from the County Borough Council, Aber Valley Community Council and the Integrated Wellbeing Network, WENT, which is a public Health Wales initiative keen to support opportunities to enhance the well-being of communities across the project. So it started as a conversation in 2019 in a kebab shop between Councillor John Roberts, a member of Undercurrents, and Caerphilly County Borough Council Senior Arts Development Officer, Dave Chamberlain, and me about the possibility of producing a public art trail. And it evolved over the period of about a year into a proposal for an R&D project that aimed to support and give focus to Undercurrents as an organisation and their communities as they emerged out of COVID in an area that was already affected by deprivation, suffering from high levels of unemployment and low health and well-being outcomes. To co-create high quality contemporary art interventions with communities in the Abba Valley that help to reimagine the Abba Valley and make visible contemporary narratives of place and enable people to connect with their locale in new ways that enhance their everyday life and well-being. And to enhance the wider cultural ecology of the area by strengthening the resilience, capability of organisations like Undercurrents and practitioners, and creating opportunities for artists to produce innovative works. So I'd like to talk about 3 strands that emerge from these aims: women and work, in imagined futures, and outdoor spaces. So the project initially started when we applied for a small R&D grant to enable us to make an open call for artists to come and work with us on these 3 strands, with core partners and communities of interest that were either already identified to start with, or that the artists approached or that showed an interest in taking part in the project. And also to follow the interests of the communities and their needs, as well as looking at the wider ambitions of the funders and the core partners. So the first, oh dear. Oh, there we go. So the first strand, women in work, was looked at by Jess Britton, a theatre practitioner, who facilitated dialogue between groups of local women and individuals, exploring the relationship between women, work and cultural production in the area, drawing on present stories, but also past references, notably the history of the Abertrydder quilters that was set up by a UK government-initiated scheme called the Rural Industry Bureau in the 30s, to try to revive craft skills and create employment through small industries in the South Wales valleys. And then the quilts would go on to be sold in London through Muriel's Rose's little gallery. And they became famous for producing this motif on the cushion called the Abertrydder Star. So Jess held conversations with local people, arranged visits with groups to St Fagans, to a history museum, to look at the collections there of what the Abertrydder quilters had produced, and also through initiating creative interventions, such as a reading of Jailbird Johnny, a one-act play by a man, 4 women, set in a sewing room in a small Welsh village. And then the second stage involved working with a newly formed quilting group, Sewing with Sally, that's set up after our project started. So Jess embedded himself as a participant and also a provocateur, and this led to a series of live performances of public quilt making in the valley, but also at St Fagans, and collecting stories and designing a new quilting motif for the contemporary valley that was made into a quilt and awarded to Christine, a local volunteer. So just some images. And then the second strand, Imagined Futures, which became Ysbryd Lle, Spirit of Place, was led by photographer John Pountney, who initially was engaged to document the project, but then extended this process to co-produce with a costume designer and local young people a series of photography-based interventions that challenged cliched characteristics of the area as a mining community. So they looked at the pre-industrial past of the valley, and in particular through holding a series of talks and dialogues with local communities and inviting in experts to try and move past this post-industrial narrative, look to its pre-industrial history as a way to imagine a new future. So an example of this was kind of inviting experts in to highlight the history's rich late Neolithic and early Bronze Age landscapes, which are of potentially of national and international significance, but that will be impacted by a planned wind farm. And as a result, this stimulated a rich public debate about how this common land should be used. John also undertook a personal mapping of the area through drawing, painting, photography, and also mentored 2 local photography graduates in the process. And then drawing on this material, he collaborated with Suzanne Carpenter of the Patternistas, a local design duo, to develop a bespoke camouflage fabric for the valley, which was then used to create garments that John then photographed local people, created portraits of local people wearing these garments in the landscape and in significant venues around the valley. And then the quilting group Sewing with Sally got wind of this fabric and wanted some, and have since started to produce their own accessories. So it's a, you know, kind of a circle back to where we began. And then the outcomes that were led by John and Jess were displayed in an exhibition. And then the final strand, outdoor spaces, was led by architects, Rhian Thomas and Amanda Spence, who explored the potential to repurpose redundant and underused spaces within the valley for community use, with the long-term aim of empowering local people to take ownership of these spaces and repurpose them. So it began with an initial R&D, walking and recording, a series of provocative events and activities to encourage residents to explore the valley and develop and share their ideas and hopes for the future, such as a photo challenge, the production of My Fantastic Aber Valley postcards, following a guide to getting lost, and a report was produced by them capturing this work, and also a comprehensive survey of redundant underused spaces throughout the valley, which could be linked and repurposed for community use, alongside activities exploring themes around sustainability and the environment, and eventually identifying a site where we could pilot an installation, which took the form of a pop-up orchard and involved local groups in design and build, and an opening event, which involved all things orchard, a glut swap, apple pressing, and also some arts activities led by some of the other practitioners involved in the project. And then it was left in situ for a month to see how people would use the space. And a couple of young people checked it every day off their own back after school and reported back to Amanda and Rhian if anything had gone wrong. And then after following these observations, a design was produced for a permanent development of the site, which we hope to use for further fundraising and consultations. So here it is. And then in addition to the outcomes I've outlined above, the project has impacted the culture of the area in a number of ways. So since the project started, there are 2 quilting groups that have now been set up. The Civic Darkroom has been, the Civic, I'm using these acronyms, no one knows what I'm talking about. Sangenith Youth Drop-In Centre Darkroom, which was being used for storage, has been put back into use. And the Aber Valley Community Council, as a direct result of the project, have adopted a green plan and instigated a fruit planting scheme across the valley. There's also raised awareness of the historical potential of the common land surrounding the valley and redundant spaces redundant spaces within it and how they may be used for community benefit. And there are new stories and opportunities that have been revealed that the artists are keen to continue working on with communities in the valley. And there's also a renewed sense of community ownership that has emerged over the sites within the valley that where activity has taken place. So, yeah.
Thank you. And some really interesting parallels to Plymouth and some of the Plymouth communities as well. So we noticed that when we spoke. So I hope, as if by magic, Peter is going to join us online now. Hi, Peter. Thank you for joining us and hanging on for us. I'm going to hand over to you to introduce yourself and yeah, talk us through some of the work you're engaged in. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to just share screen so that I can show you some things. Okay. Just a wee second. And I should say hello from a bedroom in the Premier Inn in Cork. And I'm going to just just a wee second. I'm going to run through some images and I'm going to start my clock to keep me in time. One wee second. Apologies. Okay. So hello everybody. The Premier Inn, where I am at the minute, operates a pretty sharp practice. They've got kind of free Wi-Fi, which is really poor quality, and then they've got good Wi-Fi, which is expensive and you have to buy it. So I hope this lasts on a kind of poorer Wi-Fi signal. I wanted to kind of just touch on the themes that you've been addressing today and this idea, thinking around, can we reclaim regeneration? And I wanted to touch on the art of in-betweening as a kind of partial answer to that. And to think about the opportunities for working in the gaps between things, gaps in time, gaps in space, gaps between institutions, people, and thought processes. You should now be seeing an image on screen of what looks probably like a crazy drawing with lots of scribbled writing on it. This is a drawing of 7 hats. And when I think about kind of resilience and that thing that we hope that we get to in terms of regeneration, of building kind of resilience into our communities, this is a kind of, I think this for me is a reminder of just how quickly we can, with a creative approach, generate resilience. This is something that we do quite often. I do a bit of teaching at art school, and through the arts practice that I run, Wave Particle, we often work with groups of people. And this is sometimes something that we take a time to do, which is we just ask the people that we're with to introduce themselves 7 times. And this kind of approach immediately increases the valency in the room. There's a kind of just a straightforward logic to that for me, that, you know, if you create 7 points of connection rather than 1, the possibility of finding something, some kind of affinity with somebody else in the room increases. And I think it's a really cheap and really speedy way to build a kind of interconnections within community. So when I think of regeneration, I think of how we might kind of recuperate and de-alienate, you know, ourselves and each other and our neighborliness and our relationships in modern society. And I think that's often the challenge. This is a map by the artist Mark Lombardi, who's a great hero of mine. Again, kind of these kind of connections between us, between things, are the kind of things that I think about quite a lot. And how do we supercharge these connections as a type of regeneration of us? This is a project that I had the pleasure of being involved in 2018, where we got to represent Scotland at the Architectural Biennale in Venice. And this was a project called The Happenstance. And I wanted to kind of cite this just under that question of kind of resilience and how do you keep going sometimes. This is, Scotland runs a small collateral project at Venice. And after a month is over, the word goes out to pull the team out. You know, we don't last as long as the large biennales. And so this project ran out of budget in June 2018. And we managed to keep going with a very simple principle that the entire program for the project was drawn from the people who came to the project. So principally Venetians, for whom the biennales usually ignore and turn their back on, but also kind of anybody who was passing through the space was encouraged to use it, to add content to it, to bring film to our outdoor cinema that ran pretty much every night for 3 months, and to be the space. And under the theme of this year's 2018's Architectural Biennale, which was free space, we actually ran a free space. We didn't illustrate a free space, we ran a free space. I'm interested in where we don't ask for permission, and I'm interested in the kind of in-between spaces where we stop naming things and just do them. We stop asking permission for things and we just do them. And I coined a phrase, cultural hijack, to an ex-student of mine where I do some teaching at Glasgow School of Art, as I say, and Ben Parry liked this phrase, cultural hijack, and he ended up writing a book about it. And we gathered together an archive of all those people who made work in this kind of unannounced interventionist way. And I think it's a really important tool within the toolkit of kind of, invisible practice, where we intervene, we do not ask permission, and we do not name the work even as art. And I think it's interesting to say, well, what does it become when it's all those things? And how does that fit into sort of, the type of conventional regeneration narratives that we often are asked to speak to? At the other end of the scale, we often work in an official way with councils and other organizations, architects, engineers, community groups, in thinking about placemaking. And this is a project which is live at the minute, which I can't quite believe is really happening, because it's a lovely project to just touch upon. This is Mordenvale in the south of Edinburgh. There are 6 tower blocks that flank this large triangular green space. And in 2020, just in the shadow of COVID, the council started surveying the land to build houses on it. And the people went crazy. They protested. The 1,000 people that live in the tower blocks in particular think of this green space as their garden. And they came out, they kind of set up their tents in the land, and there was a total impasse between the council and the community. And we got asked in as almost in a kind of role of peace and reconciliation to build some bridges with the community. And I'm really delighted to say that, in about a month's time, a £2 million project is going to tender, which will enshrine this green space as a civic park, re-landscape with an auditorium, enhanced play areas, and kind of, a back garden for all the people who live there. And as a small part of that, the arts project that we're delivering is to build 6 1:40 scale plinths in the shape of tower blocks, which will hold 15 bronzes on each top of each plinth for the 15 stories that we will gather from the 15-story high tower blocks. And the bronzes, to me, the 96 in total, represent a problem that I haven't yet resolved, that maybe you in the audience can help me reconcile, because I know there'll be kind of beautiful representations of the stories that we gather. And I'm hoping that they will help with, you know, that almost impossible task of de-alienating kind of modern inner city living. I'm hoping that somehow like with Seven Hats, the kind of connections between the bronze symbols of the stories will kind of begin to be shared amongst the community, and that you can begin to build neighborliness round and through this artwork. It's a big ask of a small budget project, but you know, these are the kind of thoughts that go through my head when I think about what the artist might bring to the kind of classic regeneration project. There's another tool that we use quite often. I call this a place thinking about itself. And this is a tonic for me for all sorts of places where we get stupid in society, where we offer kind of binary referendums or Brexit votes predicated on really kind of reduced parameters. And I think we can represent democracy. We could represent a village in a much more thoughtful way. So this is a kind of idea of how you might present the people that you live with. Anybody who wishes to have their portrait made as a video portrait, anybody who wishes to talk to things that are precious to them for as long as they wish to talk to them about, but all of these portraits held in one place. And then working with a kind of hyperlinking algorithms where you can still extract statistical kind of opinions about this or that from this, you end up with a kind of complexified process of a yes or no vote, or a kind of, you know, a democratic moment. I understand that in society we need to make binary choices all the time, but I think they fail to represent who we are and our complexity. So I offer this as a kind of way that we could kind of deepen that process. A lot of the work we do is predicated on a very simple recipe, and that is a recipe of just expecting that the people that you meet hold treasure. And, you know, but it's slightly more complex than it sounds, because when I kind of go treasure hunting in a community to draw out those things that I know are there, it's an intersubjective treasure. I'm bringing my expertise, you know, I'm not pretending not to be an expert in the fields in which I've studied and work. And I'm bringing that to somebody else's lived life. And we're negotiating, you know, in a way where that treasure might be. And we're trying to, and often what you find is the thing that you find is not actually treasured by the person. They might have forgotten to treasure it. They might have entirely ignored the thing that they hold, or they might just not value it because of peer pressure or many other things. So I think there's a lot to say about it. It's not as simple as it sounds, but we often use that as a way to build work like the outdoor museum we built in Helensburgh, which is a kind of enshrining of those things found locally that are then kind of shared with the entire place. Do I have time for this? Yes, just about. This is another kind of in between. I'd offer this to everybody in the room. It's a kind of predicated on an old Irish kind of idea of the halfing. And it's that simple point: forget your Father's Day, your Mother's Day, your religious festivals, your kind of, you know, corporate anniversaries. This is a once in a lifetime occurrence. The half-in is the time when you are exactly half the age of your mother or your father or your son or daughter. And it's like a graph, it's a ratio towards zero, where if we all lived to be 500 and something, you know, we'd almost be the same age as each other. But this is a kind of rehearsal somewhere in between of that journey from being cared for to being the carer. And as a rehearsal of something that kind of only dawns on you when you suddenly realize that, you know, your parents are growing older and they're not quite as capable as they once were. It's a rehearsal of that kind of handing over of responsibilities. And I think there are many things that we might role play or rehearse in society around such things. A think it's so important to speak about Gaza today, and it's so important to speak about Gaza on every single public occurrence, and that we cannot, with any sense of kind of, you know, serious conversation about anything, ignore what is going on there. And I'm clearer about where I stand politically on Gaza than I've been on anything I've ever stood on before. And yet, what I'm going to say about Gaza is about the need for diplomacy. And it was actually my son who challenged me on my own kind of position on Gaza, who made a really a point that still troubles me. He basically said, you know, we who are not there, who are not being bombed, who are not starving to death, who are kind of, you know, we have the opportunity to find nuance. We have the opportunity to find some diplomatic resource, some in-between kind of position. As you know, impossible as it might seem in the middle of a genocide to find some language that is not that. But if we're going to alienate those that we're going to broker with, we need to pursue that. I have two things to say finally about architecture and engineering. And I think that when we build our places, we need to kind of, our architects and our engineers need to pay attention to the spaces in between. This is a suggestion of an acrostic poem made by the names of local school children as we ram the kind of foundations into a new bit of land that will carry the school that will be there in 30 years' time. And the idea that a wee girl who has her name on this in-between space, which then disappears, comes back with her child in a pram in 30 years' time is surely a way to imagine how the place changes. As complexity rises, precision statements lose meaning, and meaningful statements lose precision. And very quickly, just a shout out for the Sidmouth Arts project at the minute, which is Sidmouth Art School is not an art school. It is an in-between space of kind of positing art out in its society in all sorts of different places. And I've been a wee bit involved in supporting them. And I just wanted to point out, as it's just around the corner, that, you know, there's going to be £20 million spent on flood defences on East Beach and Sidmouth Beach, you know, when these kind of huge gabions, which supposedly engineers tell us will stop the erosion of the coast. And surely that's an opportunity for some people in the room to think about history and culture and heritage. We need to introduce a conversation with engineers because they are more than anybody going to be shifting up our world as we deal with more and more tidal change. So if we're talking about turning the tide, I think we also need to address the actions of the tide in that regard. So thank you very much, and I'm gonna finish there.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much. And we haven't stuck to our own timings, but as you can see, there's so much information, so many wealth of projects in there that hopefully it's given you a lot of food for thought. So we will curtail our questions a little bit, but to sort of bring some of the strands together if we can. So I'm going to come to you first, Sarah, if that's okay. And just talk about what the relationship is you feel between regeneration and that sense of belonging for communities. I know you talked about it a lot in terms of delving back into those connections.
I guess it's how you create that sense of okay. How you create that sense of belonging within kind of complex regeneration context. And I think the way to do that is through, as you were saying, you know, kind of restorative processes, but involve active listening that make people feel like they've been heard, but at the same time, acknowledge that there isn't going to be a solution that solves the problem that suits all members of the community. So whilst actively listening, allowing space for that kind of negotiation between differences to take place and time for that to happen, for people to make decisions that benefit most people as possible, going back to what was spoken about this morning. So yeah, and I think it's really, really difficult, especially in the current climate where, you know, a sense of belonging is one of the kind of needs, human needs that we have. But at the moment, something that comes up in the arts is, we're spending time and money on these activities, but actually people's basic kind of physiological needs aren't being met. So it's when working through the arts, it's kind of managing that kind of conflict as well. So so active listening to create a sense of belonging, I think.
Thank you. And that was touched upon this morning, obviously, in terms of lots of the projects kind of running that method of citizens assembly quite naturally in what you do. And I know it's come through your work a lot in particular.
Yes.
So Peter, if you can hear us online, hopefully you can. You talked about that kind of in-between space and that working often as that in-between organizational person. And given that the title of this piece is around working against the tide, who or where do you really see those challenges coming from that really stop us expanding or embedding some of this more regenerative practice that we've spoken about?
Well, I must say I'm not a fan. I'm sure probably other people have said this as well. I think I'm not a great fan. We've won several awards over the years for regeneration, but I think regeneration itself has almost become a pejorative term. It's been kind of recuperated by, as so many kind of terms are brought back into a kind of commercialized lexicon of kind of terms. So, and I caught a wee bit of, what Sarah was saying about, the word utopian and variations of, and I think we have to be, alongside that active listening that Sarah was just speaking about, I think we have to be continually language is a principal medium. And I think it's a bit of a battleground, in terms of negotiating and renegotiating those terms and recuperating the things that have been recuperated, so that we can kind of put those back and not be assumptive about something like regeneration. In my finding, in my case, I think that a lot of even the best regeneration practice tends to refer to capital spend and not actually to revenue spend. And as we all know, there's no point in building a new community center if you don't have the money for a janitor to open the building or money for the staff to run the building. And I think that, so we really do need to be speaking to economists, and need to be speaking to politicians, and we need to be kind of working with for me in particular, contractors, who often are the ones that are now tasked with delivering the community benefits clauses of those large scale practices. Engineers who will be spending hundreds of millions of pounds on flood defences, right round the corner for you in Sidmouth and Plymouth and everywhere else. We need to be in conversations with them about the how those projects, every single change that happens can feed into the kind of things that Sarah, Heather, and I'm sure everybody else this morning have been talking about. Every single one of those things is an opportunity for a kind of ownership by a community, heritage, conversation, engagement, artwork.
Thank you. And that point about language has come up a lot today, I think, in terms of reclaiming it, but also some clarity around that for the practice that we have. And so finally, Heather, to you for a question. If we place restorative practice at the centre of regenerative programmes, how does that change or inform the role of the artists? And you spoke about the Civic Change programme in particular as a very different approach to you being a lead artist on that project. And I just wonder where the role of the artist sits in this conversation.
So I've got a bit mixed feelings about it, yeah, because like it's a hell of a thing to put an artist in with that, remit. That's wrong. Like that isn't that shouldn't happen. At the same time, I think we can all think like artists in that we can all think about our practice in the world. Like actually think about what we do as our practice. It's something we were talking about earlier, is that the way we live in the world and the way the decisions we make are seeing those as part of our practice in everything that we do. Because then you can become a very powerful activist by every single moment, but all the time, actually. And that's when I sort of start to think. So that's what happened when I was on CC on Creative Civic Change. Is I didn't make anything. I just continuously thought about what I was saying, how I was saying it, what I was hearing, what I wasn't hearing. It's because there's that thing as well. I think there's and I think all of this then comes down to a sense that you have to feel safe. Everybody has to feel that there has to be a psychological safety at the heart of everything that we do. Otherwise, none of this will work, actually. So how do you create psychological safety? Because if we don't feel safe, we won't be our whole selves. And you can actually do that. You don't need, in a sense, once you start to create a psychologically safe space, it feels good for yourself and it feels good for those people around you. There's a huge benefit to it. You actually start to really like it, and then you start to do more and more. So it's about sort of showing up, and it's about speaking your truth, and it's about reflection, constant reflection. And the thing that artists do is they just begin. So they begin, they make something, they look at it, they go home, and they go, oh God, and they wake up in the night and think that wasn't right. They go back in, they go and change it again. It's never really it's never finished. So it's about instilling that kind of practice in yourself, actually, and thinking if you're able to do that all the time, then things start to, you start to feel like you actually have a bit of agency. Sorry, I've kind of shoehorned something in slightly that I really wanted to say, but it's really on my mind at the moment. That table will know because I was really talking about then. Yeah, because I've really started to realize that, like the area that I work in now very much is absolutely at the heart of working in Dash, is absolutely at that heart. And actually what I've realized is that is the place to work from. It isn't actually the other place. We don't need to move mainstream. It's okay. You can come over here to us. Actually, it's much safer here.
Thank you. And that sense of authenticity is really critical, and I think does create that sense of belonging if it's established there for organisations as well as individuals and as well as communities. So we're just about at time. So I want to thank our panelists. I think they've given us a huge amount to think about today. Some really interesting thoughts I know Hannah intended to provoke with the regeneration and reclaiming. So yeah, thank you very much for those threads of thought, and I'll hand back over. Oh yeah, Heather really wants to have photos. Okay.
DM me any questions.
Oh, well done. Good work. Good work. There you go. Oh, great. We can open it up for a couple of questions. That's great. Thank you. So would anyone like to ask a question?
Thank you so much. I'm from Cardiff, where there have been a significant amount of regeneration schemes, such as the Cardiff Bay Development Scheme. I wanted to ask, what's the line between gentrification and regeneration? In that I worry we see art washing of organisations that receive funding, who then in Cardiff go into lower income communities, don't work with artists from those communities. And I worry that there's maybe within the sector emerging organisations whose remit is to diversity wash using regeneration cash. And I wanted to ask, what is that line? And what does meaningful regeneration look like so that I don't accidentally gentrify myself? Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Well, I'm happy to sort of start and then pass over to anyone who wants to join in. So, I mean, we're very fortunate within Plymouth that we have organisations embedded within communities. I mean, take a part, are here and do that work. And so I think where we're seeing that line being really positively challenged and pushed back is where those organisations are leading that change, or they are part of that project. And in particular, in the work that's happening in Plymouth, where the community have a stake they have a financial stake, they have, you know, a verbal stake in what's happening. And so it doesn't stop the other thing you've described, but I think it is in very stark contrast to where we see it happening much more organically and with the organisations already rooted within those organisations. So no magic answer, but I think we're seeing the very different approaches happening. It's very clear for us to see.
So you can tell when you get the brief. Yeah. But then you get the brief and you've got rent to pay. Just that's the reality of it as well. So there's this, so we're all caught in a kind of like circle in relation to that. And you know, so yeah, it's so that I think it's important to know all that, because then you know in a way where to go to try and like intervene. Yeah, in terms of it. It's generally as well, it's above and above where those decisions are being made. And it's kind of like this thing that happens to us all, isn't it? It's this kind of weird capitalizing and commodification of art. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it stinks. Yeah. Yeah.
So I have a complex relationship with Butetown, Tiger Bay. So my family originally from there. So Greek, Maltese, Irish, Afro-Caribbean. But I've never actually lived there, just visited relatives. And I've also worked for the organisation that was part of Cardiff Bay Development Corporation and basically managed, I wasn't there at the time, but managed the art projects I think you might be talking about. And then I've since worked on the Loudon Square public redevelopment public art program. So I am, and I wrote about it for my PhD. So part of the, I was thinking of staying quiet, but I feel like I need to confess my sins. So, I mean, the motivation for my research was that these contexts are complicated. You're given money, you're given that your, you know, projects are thought about at a strategic level, and by the time they filter down to being delivered on the ground, there's very little room for genuine community engagement. And so as part of my research, I made an argument for this, for a Foucauldian kind of approach, in the sense that when you're in those situations, working for an organization, or you're an artist, or you're a housing development officer, and you're lumbered with this strategic framework that you have to work within, that, you know, we have the potential to be restive and agents of change within those situations. And that although the project that you're delivering might not 100% be completely equitable, I feel like that these things are cyclical, that there is organizational learning that happens through individuals. But also agreeing with what was said earlier about speaking to power at a top strategic kind of level. I've never actually been in that position where I've had anyone's ear. I've always been on the position of tendering for work to pay the bills and then trying to make the best of it. So sorry for the artwork in Cardiff Bay.
We don't hold you personally responsible.
Because it isn't like, it's not like you can pin it on one thing at all. Oh, sorry. Of course, yeah. But I'm really glad that you spoke, because it's a very complex system that we all get caught up in and whirled around in, actually. It, in a sense, the answer is not here, actually. And we're all trying to, you know, at every point, everyone's just trying, it is on, yeah, like it's a tangle, basically. Yeah, for sure.
Peter, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I did. You know, I think it's a really important question in the room. And I think, but it's a wee bit like saying, how do we contend with rapacious capitalism? You know, as we see, you know, more and more resource in the hands of fewer and fewer people, you know, it might seem to be, it's inevitable. And I think there's all sorts of answers to it. One contrarian's answer is, I think, to be the person that writes the tender brief. And we got to do this a little bit. We got to write community benefits clauses into housing association tendering documents. And one of the things that is interesting about that is that you kind of work the rampant, raging capitalism against itself, because you get contractors competing with each other to win the right to build Cardiff Bay or to build a block of housing in Lauriston and Glasgow. And they will, you know, those margins in those competitive tenders are very, very tight. So if you write your clauses really well, then they will have to meet those clauses. They can't not do them. So you can write very significant asks of contemporary kind of, so you can get things built in on behalf of your community that will make a difference. So you write those clauses and then they have to meet that. It still doesn't kind of address the larger kind of issues of ownership and the drive of gentrification. But I think these things are important at the in-between parts. And, you know, there are all sorts of other models that we maybe need to look at, including other political models. But if we're accepting the kind of political model that we've got at the minute and the broad thrust of that, then we have to work as in-betweeners with the legal caveats around things like tendering documents.
Thank you. I think we will wrap it up there. Thank you so much, everyone, again, and for this afternoon's discussion.
So thank you so much, Hannah, and also to Heather, Sarah and Peter. That was so thought-provoking and very handily. You drew on so many of the themes that we've been discussing today across all the different contributions and your comments as delegates in the room and online. And so I think it's so interesting that we've moved from citizenship and agency to really drilling down into themes about power and decision making. And I think what came through so strongly in those presentations just now was that the importance of care and listening. So I'm going to hand over to someone who's got an impossible job now. Professor Stephen Felmingham, who is Pro Vice Chancellor at the Arts University of Plymouth, is going to make some closing remarks and drawing on some of what's just been discussed in the last hour and on your work in Plymouth. So good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm sort of going to be talking slightly without notes, and I have been here for an hour, so I'm not going to promise to wrap the whole day up. But hopefully, what I'm going to say will be of some use for the end of today and also working into tomorrow as well. So, as has been said, Arts University Plymouth, that's where I'm coming from. So lots of my remarks are going to be about education because that's kind of what I do. But also I believe that is at the root of much of what we are talking about here in terms of how we bring generational change to bear, because this is a long game. And I think we've heard the remarks we've heard already and the comments we've heard already today. It's about longitudinal change. It's not about change next year or even next decade. It's generational, it's 20, 30, 50-year change. So it's about being in it for the long game. And as soon as you consider that as being true, then it's about education because it's about the next generation of people. So I'm Pro Vice Chancellor. I'm an artist and an educator. I'm taking Heather's remark about being Dash being a social sculpture. I feel that AUP, Arts University Plymouth, is also a kind of a social sculpture, and I walk into the place every day and feel that very much around me. And I'm making an organisation. I no longer feel like make objects. I make an organisation, and that's a great truth. I think about what I'm to understand where I'm coming from as a practitioner in higher education, which has all of the regulatory pressure and economic pressure that we will understand around it. But nonetheless, sitting within all of that is this very special thing, which is an arts university, a creative space for creative education. And I think there's something, lots of the things I've been hearing today, this afternoon, about the exponential energy that can be tapped into, can be brought to bear on some of the wicked problems of the world, is really true. I was really struck by the diagram, Peter, you had, the 7 hats. I thought, that's fantastic. I'm a great stealer of workshops and an inveterate educator. I always want to find well, that's a good idea. I'll put that one in the back of my backpack, if you like, for later on. But that sense that really illustrated that sense of 7 connections, and suddenly, bang, you've got a community is there, I think, really illustrated the point, actually, that there's an exponential energy in creativity in the presence of others. And I think that's the critical thing here. We've talked about language, and I'm sure I've heard you talked about language and the importance of that already this morning. That language is critical. The word community is also a very problematized word as well. Whose community? What is community? Where do we draw the boundaries of that? So I prefer just to talk about the presence of others. And as soon as we start to think about linking people together in an activity and start to create the connections between them, then that energy is palpable, it's manifest. We've been in the city for a long time, about 150 odd years. We've always been the art school for the city, on the hill, if you like. We've had many names, PCAD, PCA, it goes on. It's the place where people have gone who felt an urge to be creative. We've met the creative urge of each generation over 150 years who've come towards us, who feel that they want to make something. They want to make something materially, or they want to act and think in a different way, or maybe they are different already and don't fit into a society that's a normative society that's around them. And it's absolutely still the same. It's still the same. And we're still bringing those people in, those young people and mature students in, lots of military veterans coming towards us as well, post their military service, coming in, wanting to make a difference. And that's really, really important work. Again, back to the social sculpture, that's what the Arts University is doing. It's an arts university, if you like. Inside it is a big tent called the Art School. On the outside it says Arts University, because that's kind of what you have to do these days to exist and to be competitive and so forth. But we're very much the art school that you might have found 30, 50, 100 years ago. But with a very different, with a very, very distinct difference in its terms of its inclusivity and ability to draw people together into a bigger conversation, the presence of others. And I've been very struck this afternoon by I suppose the in-betweening that Peter talked about, that sort of interstitial practice that we seem to be involved in as artists, and about the idea that not putting artists in that particular place because it's not fair somehow, that artists can't solve all the problems. But yet, we're in a kind of in-between place. We're acting, if you like, in between the areas in a way, in an unexpected way, in a sort of it's sort of hidden. It's bringing energy to bear in unexpected places, often for the benefit of community. It feels like elements of social practice or socially engaged practice where it's sort of de-authored somehow, where we're not claiming it for ourselves. We're not the artists, we're a facilitator. And you can go on the spectrum of practice all the way from I claim it to I'm the artist to actually the whole point is that I disappear and the community takes over and the thing continues long after I've gone. There's a whole spectrum of practice there in terms of socially engaged practice. There's something missing in that for me, in terms of what we might be saying is we have to operate under the wire. We have to operate in between things because that's what the world allows us to do. And I would say there's a call here from me, I suppose, and maybe that's something I can inject into the conversation over the next day or so, is how far do we actually have to stand up and say, no, the line is here. and the arts are massively, not just important, they are a human condition. The world needs creatives now more than ever. It's actually written on the outside of our building up the road if you drive past one during the course of your stay in Plymouth. There's something about standing up and saying, no, the arts are important, because we have, if you like, as a creative community, not communicated our importance well enough over the last generation, shall we say. It's a long story of not quite being able to say why it's important to politicians, to power brokers, to the people that somehow have the money over there. So there's something about standing up and not always operating under the wire, I think is the point I would like to make here, because actually the tide is starting very slightly to go in our direction in government and in terms of what might happen in creative education in schools, which we all know about is well rehearsed and which we are certainly very occupied with. So making the case for creativity, not because it's a nice to have Saturday afternoon cultural experience that you think you ought to have because it's good for you, but it's actually a human birthright and is something that is so enormously important for human beings to continue to exist, in fact, and is at the root of many of the wicked problems that we have in the world. The creative conversation starts at the center of them and not at the periphery. We're not the people doing the posters for it on the outside. We're actually right in the middle of these conversations, driving it. And I think that's where we need to be. Okay, I think that's what I'd like to say. Hopefully that did something anyway.
Thanks so much, Stephen. That was great, and it's brilliant being reminded that this is a long game. I think they're very sage words. So thank you so much, everyone who's taken part today. It's been really wonderful having your company, both here and online. And for those of you who are joining us tomorrow, we start again at 10 o'clock. So thank you.